We are so happy to welcome Midori back again. We are thrilled to have her here, and we're looking forward to a tremendous weekend. So I'm gonna fangirl over her for a minute. Midori is known as the supernova of kink, according to Dan Savage. Midori emerged from the sex positive movement in San Francisco in the early 1990s and soon became one of the most highly regarded presenters on sexuality, personal fulfillment, and kinky adventures. Her reputation as an authority and leading expert on alternative pleasures stem not only from her unique and entertaining process of teaching concrete skills, but in her ability to deconstruct and distill complex matters of desire into surprisingly accessible lessons with eloquence and humanity. She's known for tackling challenging topics with fresh and relevant insights. She calls this her heart, hands method to create a space where people are allowed individual self exploration. Fundamentally, she is motivated by helping people to create authentic and intimate relationships while emphasizing self actualization, shame reduction, acceptance, and justice. Known for her ability to teach with equal parts expertise and heart, her intensives and pop up classes are often booked months in advance. She is best known for her transformative small group educational intensives, Rope Dojo and Forte Femme, Women's Dominance Weekend Intensive, and soon to be known for her upcoming One Day with Marla in Arizona. Ask us about that. She's also the author of The Seductive Art of Japanese Bondage, Wild Side Sex, and Master Hand's Daughter. She has also contributed her expertise and voice in numerous articles, columns, works of fiction, and instructional books. When she's not traveling and teaching, she's creating provocative and haunting art and performances. And if you want to know more about her, you can go to her website, which I will put in the chat. Take it away, Midori.
Good morning. How's my sound coming across? My Wi-Fi today is a little dodgy.
Looking
So,
good.
okay, great. I'll be the glue and the hostess this weekend. I'm very much looking forward to this because all of the speakers that I have managed to rope in, ha ha ha, um, are amazing individuals, and I learn from them personally. And I am so thrilled that this exists. So I will be sending out the PDF for this section that goes deeper into the specifics. This is the PDF that I shared with ASEC a few years ago. And for those of you who are helping professionals, I hope that you'll be able to share with that. In it is the particular appetite grid. Now, today, you don't have to take mad notes. You can focus on our conversation, and I encourage chat convo. But I would like for you to have a scrap paper because I'm going to be asking you to write down your thoughts. Since there's 107 of us today, usually this will be done conversationally, but that'll be a little bit hard to manage. So I'm going to ask you to write down your reply to my question as if we're talking, but writing or writing, writing or writing. Okay. Or you can also just write it in here. So we are having a conversation. I just can't hear you. I'm not psychic. Common myth that dominance, those engaging in dominance should engage and should be psychic. False. But let's get down to things. All right. I have actually a presentation here. Are you seeing the audience view of my great? All right. And this is an excerpt from Best Kink Advice Nobody Told You. And it is designed to take the commonly used terminology and to give clarification. I find that in general society, certainly, but very much in the subcultures and the communities that engage in kink, broad umbrella term, tend to use these words and yet. there are words that we have not narrowed down. So there are terms that we use that are big, vague, well-meaning terminology, and we assume that it all means the same thing. And what we're going to do today is bring it down to the nitty-gritty. So then there'll be a practical medium-sized tool. And okay, come on forward. Okay. You have listed here, and I'm going to speak out the things on the screen because other people may prefer to listen. I've written out dominant, submissive, sadist, masochist, top, bottom, switch, fetishist, master, slave. These are probably common terms. Now, they are English-based. These are English-based terms. So if you are dealing with a population that speaks a different language or from a different kink subculture, adjust as necessary. There's also a common assumption that the language used in English-speaking kink cultures are somehow globally universal. And that's very English-centric. And I find the assumptions prevalent, which sucks. Oh, by the way, I swear a lot, so I'm just warning you now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take these words, right? And we're going to break it on down. Going to go through this relatively quickly. Sorry, it goes longer in the other programs. All right, y'all. Here's what we're going to do. With each of the words, I want you to write down, you can even make like 3 sections for each word. What you think it is, what they think it is, and Midori's definition. You is the person who's watching and listening. They is anyone not in the room. It could be partners, clients, your population, your family, your culture of origin, general society, and media. They, not in the room. And then there's the Midori definition. So dominant desire or dominance. Take a moment to write down or think about what that means, what you think that means. And this need only be legible to you. During my presentation, I'm likely not going to be paying attention to chat a lot. So if there's something that needs to be addressed, I'm hoping that the admins will help me out, okay? I will leave the conversation amongst you all. Okay. So I also welcome people to write it into chat as well, knowing that I am not going to be able to look at it because squirrel. I want to focus on the presentation. Okay, so now dominant desire, dominance, dominant appetites, dominant. What do they think? They think that means. They can be anyone. It could be people in the in-group, people outside, general society, family, partner, your clients, your population. Leave a blank space for Midori's definition. And I'm going to ask you about submissive, submissive desire, submission, submissive appetite, submissive. What does it mean to you? What does it mean to them? Those not in the room. Now, for each of these, take a look at what you've written down or what you thought. It is quite common. It is quite common in the live classes in person in a smaller group that people will start saying words like control, power, authority, taking control, giving up control. But consider that. Is that, for example, dominant, control, is that a definition? No, it's not. There's no subject, object, verb. There's no context. This is what I mean by large and vague and fundamentally useless. So we'll throw up these seeming definitions that are actually not. We assume that that which is in our head by a single word is going to be also the same as somebody else. Control what? Controlling what? Controlling the temperature of the room? Control top pantyhose? What are we talking about? And control when? In what context? Authority in what context? The single word definitions, single word explanations, we can do better than that. And for those of us who are helping professionals, if our population or our clients were to say, oh, well, everybody knows what dominant is, they're into control. There's a lot that goes into that statement that we're not listening to because we can't. They're not using words. Okay. So there is a tendency for these shorthands that just gets blurted out. So here's my definition. Okay. My definition, dominant. Dominant is a shorthand to mean that at this moment, I am likely to experience sensual, sexual, systemic arousal and or change of state through a temporary redistribution of authority, hierarchy, or control towards me. I'll repeat that again. Dominant is a shorthand to mean that at this moment, I am likely to experience sensual, sexual, systemic arousal and or change of state through the temporary redistribution of authority, hierarchy, or control towards me. Conversely, my definition of submissive desires, if anyone can type that in to chat, that'll be great. So my definition of submissive is, at this moment, I am likely to experience or possibly experience sensual, sexual, systemic arousal and or change of state through a temporary redistribution of authority, hierarchy, or control away from me. I'm going to break that down because I think breaking it down is important on this. I'm going to come back to my face. Okay. So breaking that down, I said about, at this moment, I am likely to experience, right? The shorthand. This is a shorthand to mean this whole thing I talked about. And it's hopes, desires, wants, hungers, and appetites that I might experience through the conditions of, so condition, outcome, condition, ... desired outcome, no guarantee, right? That the desired outcome is some manner of change of state. So I said sensual, sexual, systemic arousal. Okay, so sensual. I'm not talking about sex light, but I mean of the senses, of the senses. Living a modern life, we end up having to crank down our sense reception, heck of a lot down. And for people who have high sensitivity to their sensory reception, we can't be living in full, like dialed up to 10 or 11, because otherwise overstress, we system breakdown. Okay. So instead we dial things down. However, after a while, busy lives, we end up getting desensitized. We don't feel the sensations around us. Take a moment, actually notice the sensations that we have not noticed until I just said that. I just noticed that the room just got cooler because the furnace went off, and I wasn't aware of that. The hearing, the skin, the taste, our eyes get scales on it. Sensual arousal, meaning that opportunity to crank our sense reception by choice up higher. That's what I mean by sensual. And of the senses is the foundation for sensual, and sensual leading into the pleasure and maybe even sex light. And here I'm using the term sex to mean a broad term, because each of our relationship and each of our clients' relationship to the term sex will vary. So if somebody is asexual, or somebody is self-sexual, or to someone sex means tab A, slot B, okay, just as necessary, but sensual requires the senses. So maybe I want to be aware of my senses more. That's a desired outcome. Okay. Sexual, I've already talked about, adjust to what sexual means, because to someone, it's an innie and an outie. To somebody else, it's a kiss. For somebody else, it's a really hot story that leads to a body orgasm. Also sex. Confounding, no? Yes. So sensual, let's say yum. Sexual, let's just say gush swing. Because so much of sexual is like fluid dynamics, it seems. And systemic arousal. What's systemic arousal? Okay. Think of the human animal, the human system, and how many of us like going on roller coasters, going to scary movies, going doing fast sports like motorcycle, snowboarding, going through a haunted house. Let's see. And what does that create in the system? Okay. This is in the class. This is when I get the whole class participating, but it'll be things like, and I want us to focus on observable symptoms. So sometimes when I say systemic arousal, and people say, well, I feel happy. Happy is an interpretation. So it might be about heart rate increase, blood pressure increase, rate of breathing. And let's see, so let me draw a thing here. This is your regular meh face. That's your everyday. Now, in systemic arousal, we might have increase in heart rate, increase in breath, eye dilation. What else? Anyone ever like laugh inappropriately? Inappropriate affect or giant grins. Body temperature rising. Saw that. Let's see. Uh, sometimes we get goosebumps. Okay. And more sensitive to any touch. I see that. Um, what about a hyper focus on oneself? Dilation and change of time. Blushing. Okay, so that is your face on systemic arousal. Systemic arousal. Systemic arousal, when we get to choose it, is a hell of a lot of fun. Like people who like going on roller coasters. But what if you suddenly are driving a car in San Francisco on a hill and the brake goes out? Did not choose that systemic arousal. So let's call systemic arousal thump. So we have yum, gush swing, thump. And I said change of state. So far, we've been talking about arousal states, but kink and BDSM is not always about arousal state. For people who enjoy, say, long-term bondage, that's just one example. What are some, now, long-term bondage isn't necessarily an arousal state. No, some people might describe it as like calming or meditating, relaxed, or stillness. But this is different than stillness of, say, the default sitting in a commute and being kind of bored on the train. Now, some people might experience that meditative and Zen state in their commute or, shopping for groceries. I don't. I'm an ordinary human. And for those of you who do experience that, right on. However, change of state fundamentally is what the seeking of, wanting of kink is about. Why else do it? So seeking a change of state. It could be a arousal state. It could be a down gearing state. Change of state is ultimately what kink and play and leisure activity. And when I say play, I'm actually meaning any sort of play. I'm talking about video game. I'm talking about playing chess, tic-tac-toe, a game of pickup basketball, BDSM, seeking a change of state. So, aside, if an individual finds themselves not experiencing a change of state through the activities that they've enjoyed previously, let's say kink, they may find themselves questioning, oh my God, what's wrong with me? I've enjoyed spanking and now I'm doing the spanking and I'm doing the spanking and I'm really bored. What's wrong with me? Maybe I'm just not a dominant. Maybe it's just that the stimuli needed to create the change of state is not effective. We change. Our appetites change. Look, I hated asparagus when I was a kid, okay? I love it now. I hated humiliation play when I was a little kinkling. I kind of like it now. Things change. So, and the change of state, what should we call that? Let's call it ah. So, yum, gush swing, thump, ah. That is what we seek in kink. How do we get to that? The conditions by which we get to it can vary. Now, as you look at the list of words, many of those are conditions by which we can get to the yum, gush, swing, thump, ah. And if you happen to be saying that along with me while you are muted, it makes my little heart so happy. So in the conditions of dominance and submission, this means that in the context of scene, a scene is an experience that is bounded by time, space, and consent. Because we live in the third dimension, there is a beginning, middle, and an end. Scene exists for the purpose of yum, gush, swing, thump, and ah. So a scene is created within which there is a temporary redistribution of authority, hierarchy, and control. I say temporary. This is important. Oftentimes people will talk about dominant and submissive as a permanent state of being and personality. For those of you who have studied research on personality, this is a slippery thing. The assumption, the very 20th century, 19th century assumption is personality is a concrete thing. I leave the discussion to the researchers. But we say temporary because this is context driven. I want to experience fun, change of state, and I am going to get that through right now redistributing my authority, which means what is my default mode of authority, hierarchy, and control in the various contexts. We wear different hats. We are employers, employee, partner, parent, child, member of your social group, member of your religious organization. You're a taxpayer. You're a pedestrian. You're a driver of a car. We have different authority, responsibility, hierarchy. Okay. So in this moment of engaging in dominance and submission, we get to narrow that down, put aside the everyday, and examine and change the control and hierarchy that we wish for. There's a lot of simplifying. And if we think of game playing, analogous to kink, which it is, rules are simplified in order to make the interaction intentional and delightful. Because everyday life and adulting is fucking complicated. Oh my God. And constantly we're having to navigate all sorts of different hierarchical relationships, formal, informal, implied, etc. We simplify that. I say redistributing. Oftentimes people will say taking all control, dominant, surrendering all control, submissive, but that's not the case. This is where I draw the analogy of dancing, pair dancing. Think lead and follow, lead and follow. They both have responsibilities. In the world of dance, lead and follow. Fred and Ginger, or maybe you're a pair dancer. I want you to take a moment and think of the responsibilities of each. What is, in your mind or on your notes, right? What are the responsibilities of, in dance, one who is leading? Okay. So I'm seeing some big terms in the conversation: guiding, encouraging, reading the follow, creating safety. Okay, let's get a little more specific on this. So let's step away from the vague, well-intentioned, but fundamentally useless. So guiding movements. Me as I have many ways to, this is also when I hear things like communicate, right? How many ways do I have to communicate? Like, okay, so you and I get on the dance floor, right? Should I send you a text message? Shall I write you an essay? I could write you a code. I could draw a picture. I could say words to you, move left, move right. I can use flag signals, none of which is part of the game of dancing. In dancing, we have limited the vocabulary of communication. So the vocabulary of communication to guide or to lead steps, they're specific. Point of the face, movement of the hand, pointing the toes, the pressure of hand on, say, hip. Okay. So pressure on, let's just say the pressure on hand on hip. Okay. Can't see my hip. Hand on hip. So that is one of the methods of guiding the step or communicating the desired direction. Instead of me saying, move left. Right? So let's get specific. So I see something like promote a uniform flow. Can you break that down into something more specific, right? We're going to get back to the signaling of and the rules of communication. But other things, maybe take a lesson or two. That might be good. Take a lesson or two. We're talking about the lead. Take a lesson or two. Understand one's experience level, your ability level, okay, to be able to engage in the modes of communication that's prescribed to this method, dancing. Okay, what else? Let's see. Understand the layout of the room. It's an open dance floor with 3 columns, an open stairwell, 15 kids and a couple of dogs and a bunch of cocktail tables. Now you have obstacles, right? So paying attention to that. Paying attention to one's own capacity. Am I tired? Am I excited? Am I full of energy? Okay. So there's all of that. Right. Responsibility of the follow. Take a moment and think about that. Dance world. Oh yeah, somebody wrote lead, deciding what the next action could be and inviting the follower to engage with you. Lead's responsibility to navigate the space and keep everyone safe. And everyone also means the 15 kids and the coffee table and the random person that's having a drink at the edge of the dance floor, right? And as far as somebody mentioned about understanding the culture going into, well, that is if the dancing is happening with other people in a culture. But what if the two of you were just dancing in your living room? Now you're creating your own culture. Like kink and BDSM, dancing is not always in a social context and not required to be. There's often an assumption that there needs to be a sexually social component to kink, an assumption that there must be a dance social component to dancing. Doesn't have to be. Okay, so for the follow, take a few lessons. Be able to understand and communicate your own ability to also communicate in the dance by the rules of the game. Okay, there's a bunch of other responsibilities as well going both ways. So responsibilities are redistributed. It's never taken fully or given fully because the two of you are on the dance floor together. Okay. So is it possible that the lead has more experience than the follow? Sure. Is it possible that the follow has more experience than the lead? Yes. In that case, can it be intimidating to the new lead? Yeah. Me, I watch Dancing with the Stars. I got 2 left feet. Yeah. And maybe you're a West Coast ballroom dancing champion and you've asked me out for a date and you want me to lead. Why would you do that? If you have more experience and you know that I just maybe took a lesson and watch it on TV, why would a more experienced follow want to dance with an inexperienced lead? What do you think? Might be fun. They want to share the experience.
Learning something together.
Learning something together, right? The mentor, change of state, good, good, good. Or what about because you fancy me? Because it's the date. So when asked the question of, and because there is something about that person that attracts you beyond ability, thank you, that's it. And yet it's really intimidating because we have a tendency to think of the skill execution, ability to execute a skill as a standard of success, as opposed to an ability to have fun together is entirely independent of skill with some overlap depending on individuals. But fundamentally, we're dancing because we like each other. We're engaging in kink because we like each other. And yet it gets really easy to get caught up on, well, I'm not good enough of a lead. I think you'll think I'm terrible. And that's a common thing that comes up with kink too. Oh my God, I've never topped or dominated before. Oh my God. And I'm actually thinking of a friend here. I'm dating this guy. He's really hot. He's got a lot of experience and played with X, Y, and Z people. And now I'm supposed to top him. Talk them off the ledge. Okay. Yep. Talk them off the ledge because they are with the guys asking, in this case, I'm thinking of a couple of specific people, guys asking her, experienced follow, asking inexperienced lead, experienced submissive, asking for inexperienced person engaging in dominance because he likes her. Getting past that skill as a determinant of qualification and the insecurity that comes from that is real. You might have to do a lot of talking off the ledge. Okay, so redisputing responsibility and authority. I'm going to go back to the dance analogy. Again, in my longer class, there's a lot more explanation on this. Going back to the dance analogy. If I walked, say we're at a dance hall, and I walk up to you and ask you to dance. Are we dancing yet? No. And let's say that I say, oh, I'd like to lead. Would you like to follow? And maybe you say yes. At this point, maybe I should talk about my experience of what kind of dancer I am. Like, I've taken like a semester in university on dancing and I took a couple classes. So I'm talking about my experience level. At this point, it's not, it's unfortunately common for leading and dominating individuals to overpresent themselves. That never happens in dating. Don't ever do that. In fact, it's kind of better to underpresent, lower the expectations. Yeah, my strategy, lower expectations. High expectations, scary. Low expectation, achievable steps. Okay. At the point that we are talking about how would we like to dance, this is an analogy to negotiation in kink. Are we dancing yet? Am I leading yet? No. We agree. You say yes, and we start walking to the dance floor. Are we dancing yet? Am I leading yet? No. That point of walking to the dance floor, that period is exciting and also confusing. Same with coming off the dance floor and back to the chair. From chair to dance floor, that transitional period, I am not leading yet. You are not following yet, but it's a period of anticipation And think of those each step as a way by which to leave my worldly responsibilities behind. I got to pay the bills. I need to deal with the tech issues. I got deadlines. I need to talk to my family, blah, 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 blah. I need to deal with my kids' school. Away, 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 away. As we get closer to the dance floor, I am shifting my readiness and building anticipation. I have an essay out there on the Twisted Monk blog. If somebody could bring it up, that'd be great, called Path to the Tea House. It's a visualization analogy around how to reach the state of play from every day to play, right? So Path to the Tea House on the Twisted Monk blog. If somebody could put that up, that'd be great.
Midori?
Yeah.
It is, um, it is, oh, hold on, I'm looking at the clock. Okay, we're still good. Um, this is a time zone issue for
I
me.
still got 45 minutes,
We
right?
still got 45 minutes, but I was like panicking because I was going, oh, it's noon, but it's noon on the East Coast. Everybody knows it's noon on the East Coast, and I will be quiet for another 45 minutes.
Oh my God, time zone. Okay, thank you for posting that. Yeah, so walking to the dance floor. At that point, if I start to control your movements, am I being, still walking to the dance floor, am I being a good lead? No, I'm not. So we get on the dance floor and we strike our lead and follow position. At this point, I am leading. At this point, you are following. There may not even be sound yet, but we have struck the pose and we have stepped into our roles. So we dance, 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 dance. And I get tired. Okay. And it was one good song, and we walk off the dance floor. When we get off the dance floor and I lead you to the bar, I lead you to the tea table, the cocktail table, and I lead you to the coat check, and I lead you to the car. Am I being a good lead? No, I'm being an asshole. That's what I'm being. Why? Because I have taken more authority than we have agreed to. Leading in dance, there is that line of the dance floor. Dancing, dancing, not dancing. Leading, not leading. As we come off the dance floor, there is still a state of elation or the glow of whatever change of state that we experienced. It's that transitional path. At that point, I have to leave behind the particular lead responsibilities. If I take more of the lead responsibility in that transition out and into real life, I'm being an asshole. But there are people who say, oh, but dominant is always going to be in charge. And to that I say bullshit. Dance floor. And I'm using the dance floor analogy as a way to understand when consent is made and when the action of what we have consented to is engaged. Consent is an agreement. When that agreement takes action is a different thing. And the conflating of this as like that I'm always in charge, or that at the moment of consent, the leading starts or the dominating starts, etc. This is the fuzzy area where intentional or unintentional, inappropriate interaction happens, and consent incidences, hurt feelings, disappointments. chair, walk, dance floor. So this is what I'm talking about, redistribution. Know when you're leading and know when you're following. Okay, so back to the definitions of dominance and submission. Conditions are creating a container for leading and following. So for the one who's choreographer and lead, and that may lead to yum, gush, swing, thump, or ah. Okay, let's see. And somebody commented, what I often see is, quote, I danced with them before, so that makes me a dance partner for theirs, or that they have consent to constantly dance with the person. Righto, the dance analogy works, huh? And I also find that the dance analogy is one that, depending on who your population is, maybe one that's easier for them to understand, right? Maybe easier to understand because the kink stuff, there's a lot of myth. And yeah, so the dance floor analogy, right? Condition, desired outcome. Stimuli, desired response. Okay. And let's move on to, and somebody wrote, it takes sex out of the equation and makes it easier to think of consent in that an agreement without assumption. Yeah, it's also a good analogy for younger people. It's also a good analogy when we're talking to people of different cultural backgrounds. It's the heat off of it and may make it easier for people to talk. Back to sharing. Is the sharing working? I hope it is. So we talked about dominance and submission. Now let's look at sadist. Take a moment and write down what you think that means. Take a moment to write down what they, those who are not in the room, greater cultures or individuals, think it means. Now, leave a blank for my definition. Masochist. What do you think it means? What do they think it means? Okay, now for mine. I see a lot of words around pain. I want you to step away from the word pain. Seriously, step away from the word pain. Instead, intense sensation. Intense sensation. Sadist is a shorthand to mean that at this moment, I am likely to experience, and say it along with me, yum, gush, swing, thump, and ah, through creating intense sensation. Masochist is a shorthand to mean at this moment, I am likely to experience, here it comes, yum, gush, swing, thump, and ah, through experiencing intense sensation. Here's the reason why I'm asking you to step away from the word pain. pain, like the word sex, is extremely loaded and have a lot of personal baggage and history behind it. Just think about the word pain for yourself, just generally pain. Different people, different reaction. I think of pain and I think of when I had a tooth jaw infection, and it was like a year of misery. And other people have pain, react to the word pain with all sorts of different levels of trauma, perhaps even. Ruthie will be talking about that, or even spiritual pain. Lee will be talking about that. But we have all different relationship to pain. Now, pain actually has a human function to it. I mean, if we couldn't feel pain, well, life actually isn't so great, because that's what neuropathy and body parts, paper cut turns into a big infection and the body part falls off. Ooh, not so good. Okay. On the other hand, life full of pain, also not good. But I say, as devil's advocate, what if a person suffers from chronic pain and is masochistic? If anyone out there suffers from chronic pain and engages in masochistic play, gee, your life must be set, right? It's all good times whenever. Nope. And somebody said the big difference would be consent. Actually, not necessarily consent. Consent comes after we consider the locus of control. Locus of control. So think in terms of locus of control. Consent, we can make consent with self, we can make consent with others. But before that, there is a locus of control, or the one who makes a decision. In chronic pain, the entity that makes a decision is not me. In masochism, the entity that makes a decision is me. Let's see, but what if you want to experience pain? You won't ask for intense sensation. Okay. I'm not necessarily understanding that, so if you could rephrase that, that would be great. So I want you to think in terms of a big umbrella of intense sensation. And I'm asking you to broaden your idea of intense sensation, because relative experience, relative interpretation of sensation. Any of you like spicy food? Yeah, okay, great. You like spicy food? Super. Do you have friends who think that your level of spicy food loving is kind of nuts? Do you have friends who like really, really spicy food and you actually think they're kind of nuts? Yeah. Do you want the same level of spicy every day? No. Sometimes I want a potato leek soup. Sometimes I want to fire in my belly gumbo. So the sensation that I seek, and sometimes when I want the fire in the belly gumbo, I mean, I have actually gone out seeking spicy food that makes my inside of my ears itch. And weirdly, that makes me high. Anyone else get high from spicy foods? It's a common thing. And we actively seek out an experience that others may describe as unbearable or undesirable pain. So big umbrella. If on your French fries, you like sriracha sauce, let's say like 1 bottle of sriracha sauce on a bowl of French fries, and that's your standard, but your friend likes just salt and pepper. Think of your default. And that as the yardstick by which to gauge more intense or default. Okay. Some people have sensation measure that goes in millimeters. Some people have sensation interpretation that is measured by kilometers. And when a person who measures their sensation, interprets their sensation by kilometers, big, large chunks, are applying their standard of sensation to a person who measures their sensation by millimeters, we have a problem. So intense sensations. Now, sometimes individuals may seek sensations outside of beyond their scope of their maximum 10. They want to dial it up to 11. That is still engaged from the locus of control. Okay. I'm also asking to broaden the language in intense sensation because you don't know what kind of emotional response or baggage people carry from the word pain. And that may close the door to conversation and exploration. There's also a point where a sensation shifts from sensation nice, sensation intense, to sensation stop the hell now. Tickling. Tickling's a good one. Any of you like a little bit of tickling? Is there a point in which, or maybe you know somebody who likes tickling, and there's a point in which it's good, 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 ooh, intense, intense, and says, oh my God, stop it now. Let's see, somebody wrote, this makes so much sense. I have a friend who thinks pepper is spicy, and I like vindaloo, where things start to get spicy for me. I don't go around pushing my friends to try vindaloo. Exactly, exactly. And when I want to have vindaloo, I have to find the friends to go eat vindaloo with. Finding somebody with compatible appetite in that moment, okay? So about the tickling thing, this is actually the discussion of consent. One of my Fort FM students actually took the description of one's reaction to intense sensation to their 3-year-old. And the question asked, you'll hear this again tomorrow. What do you look like, sound like when it's good for you? What do you look like and sound like, or what will I see and hear when it's not good for you? So tickling is an intense sensation that this 3-year-old daughter really liked until she didn't like it. And she wasn't able to express when it crossed that line. So mom asked the 3-year-old, so can you tell me what you look like, what I'm going to see when it's not okay? And the kid said, I make a fist and scrunch my eyes. Okay. So that became a line between desirable intense sensation to undesirable. It works with a 3-year-old, should work with a 30-year-old, and a 63-year-old. Okay. I know, I love that. And that she took the Fort FM kink education and took it to the 3-year-old. It just made me so happy. Okay. So what do you look like, sound like? But again, intense sensation. Start thinking about just in your general life, whether it's spicy food or intense sports or even a very mentally difficult puzzle. Because a mentally challenging puzzle is also intense sensation, because intense sensation is also in the realm of emotional psychological. So we might be able to think about, say, humiliation play or interrogation play or a really difficult puzzle as emotional or mental sadism and masochism. Okay, back to childhood. Do some of us like telling scary stories? And did you have friends who liked listening to scary stories and would like scream and then something outside would move? That's storytelling sadism and masochism. Let's see, this makes me wonder about people who struggle with perspective of taking in theory of mind. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so Think to your childhood joys. Did you enjoy creating sensations for others? Did you enjoy having others create sensations for you? Today, in your recreational activities, do you engage in creating sensations or experiencing sensations? Look, are you the dungeon master? I mean, like in D&D, I don't mean dungeon. Are you the dungeon master or are you one of the players? Yeah. So intense sensations, and understand that one's neutral does not mean negative. Neutral, think of neutral as your default. If your default is one bottle of sriracha sauce or your default is vindaloo, well, that's your neutral. But sometimes it's not vindaloo. I just want a slice of bread and butter. Does that make me a bad, spicy person? No, it doesn't. But in the kink world, people who are, say, masochistic in their play, if they're not wanting to be flogged, flogged to intensity and like little bits of like bruising coming up, and I just want a little light spank on my butt, I might think of myself as a failure and a failing in my identity. Ooh, kind of problem there. Same with sadism or sadist. Okay. So my local dungeon is somebody mentioned about let's see, if they go to Burning Man, Ren Fair, Acro Yoga, Fire Spinners, Comic-Con. There's no scientific proof in this, but I have noticed a big overlap between Comic-Con, Ren Fair, Drama Guild, band, academic decathlon, honor roll, and pervs. Maybe I'm biased because I am one of those. So, but yeah, nerdy, kinky. And I'm going to admit to my bias here that kink and nerding centers a lot here. There are pros and cons to that. Yeah. Right. So sadism and masochism, shorthand to mean that at this moment I am likely to experience yum, gush, swing, thump, or ah through giving or receiving intense sensations. Okay. This one time at band camp, for real, somebody said that. Okay. Let's go back to my lovely PowerPoint here. All right. So top, my friends, write down what you think top means. Now, note down what they think top means. Leave a blank for me. And bottom or bottoming. What do you think bottom or bottoming means? What do they think bottom or bottoming means? Now for my definition and observation. Top and bottom are umbrella terms. Umbrella terms. They are a beginning of a discussion. There's a lot of assumptions that go into it. But top and bottom, we borrow that language from gay male sex. active and passive is like a mid-century term, right? Pitcher, catcher, fucker, fucky. Get a piece of paper here. Pitcher, catcher, fucker, fucky. And I could have put this in PowerPoint, but why didn't I do that? Top and bottom, umbrella terms. Around sex, let's say fucker and fucky. You have now seen my handwriting. Now you know why I should do more PowerPoint. But pretty quickly, the fucker fucky got rolled into gay male kink. And again, this is all English and North American centric languaging. Keep that in mind, please. So let's see. We talked about control, right? Can somebody topping engaging in dominance? Sure. Can somebody engaging in bottoming enjoy submission? Sure. Must they engage in dominance or submission? No. Or consider sensation. Sensation. I know it's just crappy handwriting. We talked about sadism. Can somebody topping engaging in sadistic pleasures and delight in creating sensation? Yeah. Must they? No. A person engaging in bottoming, can they find delight in sensation, receiving intense sensation? Yes. Must they? No. So we have this big umbrella term, top bottom, that could mean fucker, fucky, dom, sub, dominant, submission, sadism, masochism. These are all potentials. It's quite common that people will assume that this must be all that and this must be all that. But now put your math brain to work, and how many combinations are there? I mean, what if I wanted to get fucked while telling you how to fuck me and poking your nipples? Or etc., etc., etc. Yeah, sounds like a good time. Doesn't fall in the regular, does it? So topping and bottoming, a lot of assumptions go with that, and gets people in all sorts of trouble when they don't break it on down as to what do you mean by top? Next, we have switch. I get a little itchy around that term because it sounds so binary, like a light switch. There's not even a rheostat on that. But let's follow the course and write down what you think switch is. Then you're going to write down what they think. And you probably already realized that in writing down what I think and what they think, we're also examining our own biases, positive and negative, that we bring to these words, which will be good to note when dealing with our population. What are our biases? Our biases aren't necessarily bad for themselves, but we just got to know that when we're talking with engaging in our helping professions. So switch. Well, oftentimes the assumption is everything that I'm capable of anytime, anywhere, anyone. Or that I would be equally interested in all the things that I have repertoire or interest in, which is bullshit. you know? And think of this as an a la carte menu. And sometimes I'm more hungry for one thing than another. I like the term box jumper, which you'll see in a moment as to why I call that. I'm going to skip swiftly to fetishist. If you would care to write down what you think fetishist is, followed by what they think fetishist is. Fetishist. It's a word that has become so broad as to be essentially useless. So in dealing with your people, understand specifically how they mean this, and don't settle for a one-word answer. Have them describe a paragraph. Have them describe their sensations. Have them describe their assumptions. Fetishes, and I'm not talking about paraphilia, which oftentimes gets confused with paraphilia, not paraphilia. Inability to experience orgasm or sustain relationship, etc., etc. No, fetishes in this context of consensual kink and games of pleasure. It is an individual who is likely to experience hyperfocus around a non-reproductive body part or object. Hyperfocus, a state of zoom. Hyperfocus to a point of creating memories of sensation come up. Like if I'm talking to a latex fetishist and I start describing the scent of it, the feel of it, can you imagine all the thought squirrels get pushed out? Oh, meet a thought squirrel. This is a thought squirrel. I have 1,000 of these in my head at any given moment, which is part of the condition of adult living in my brain. As a fetishist, as I focus on whatever my object or non-reproductive body part is, the squirrels go away. It's an ability to create, it's a symbolic association. I truly believe that all humans have the potential of being a fetishist. Not all humans are. In other words, a particular totemic object will create a temporary state of hyperfocus. It's kind of like, insta meditation. When you put it that way, it doesn't sound so bad, does it? So creating a state of hyperfocus. Okay. People get squidgy about that because of cultural discrimination and such. So fetishists, think Zoom. So playing with somebody who's fetishistic, they might experience yum, gush, swing, thumb, or Zoom. Now, must a fetishist engage in dominance, submission, sadism, masochism? No, one can enjoy fetishism while engaging in sweet, glorious vanilla sex. And master slave, I draw a line there. Why am I drawing a line there? Because above the line, have you noticed I've been using the words appetites and hungers and using dominance, not dominant, submission, not submissive, verb, not noun. Master slave, however, is a relational structure in place for whatever the agreed amount time is, right? And some people assume, oh, by the way, I have the asterisk on there because the term master and slave is quite problematic. I frankly don't care what people call it. Thing one, thing two, one of my favorites. So thing one, thing two is a way by which we relate to one another in a unique way that has a vertical hierarchy. It's a consented, opted in hierarchical relationship. Consented, hierarchical, opted in relationship. Somebody realized it spells choir. So I'm preaching to the choir. That in itself, you can have a thing one, thing two relationship without any of the above. Shocking. Take a look at that. And I have 5 minutes. Oh my God. I'm going to skip. We're going to talk tomorrow about microcycle of consent. And let me show you a chart. Copy this down. Copy this down, and I'm going to give you a foreshadowing that we will be referring to this. So we have the control axis and the sensation axis. Neutral does not mean negative, just means default. Okay, so we have control, neutral, or default if you prefer, dominance, submission. Note verb, not noun. And sensation, neutral. Again, default. Creating, receiving, intense sensation. And if we fill that out, we have dominance and sadism, submission and masochism. Consider this the classic pair. These appetites exist, but people often assume these are the only two that can happen. Not so. Dominant sensation neutral, submission sensation neutral. And egalitarian sadism, egalitarian masochism. Oops, let me go back to this one's easier to look at. Egalitarian sadism, egalitarian masochism. Meaning, hey, I don't want to be like boss and you don't need to be following, but can I whack you? Yeah, I want to get whacked. That sounds great. Awesome. Do I need to pretend that I'm in lead? No. And then we have, here, let me introduce to you, what do you think? Oh, here are my egalitarian sadists and masochists. There we go. And the submission sadism, dominant masochism, the myth in the subculture is that they're rare as unicorns. But the reality is the appetite state, and by the way, appetite states come and go. Appetites are not identity. One is not a dominant, one is a person who engages in dominance. That distinction is really important because that means that you get to not have the appetite. And, oh, here, for the submission, sadism, dominance, masochism is a raccoonicorn because it's ubiquitous as a raccoon, but people think it's rare as a unicorn. Okay. And finally, neutral is vanilla. There's a tendency in the subculture to disparage of vanilla, which I find is sex negative. Ain't nothing wrong with it. And I think when people mean disparagingly, they mean boring, in which case they should just say boring. Take this chart. Look at it. Think of how one's appetite shifts over their personal history, sexual history, and think of, and then how it might change from partner to partner, or night to night, or even within one scene. I want you to think about appetite matched pairing, appetite not matched pairing, and why a scene could fail or be less than satisfactory. How would one create a multiple people, more than two people scene, by examining people's appetites in the moment? At some point tomorrow, I will be asking you if at this moment you could go off and play with whomever you want for centering on your pleasure, where would your appetite be? And can one be in multiple appetites at once? Yes, yes, you can. So take that chart and look at it. We will refer, yeah, it can totally change in a moment. I would also like to challenge somebody out there to turn this into a graph with the control axis and the sensation axis. Here's a hint. Here's a hint. I'm not blessing you. I'm drawing a graph. Okay, bless you. Fine. We will be referring to this. Bless my Midori. Okay, so Midori's appetite grid. And there will be a PDF for this after the weekend. Okay, I got like 2 minutes for burning question. Admins, anything I need to?
If anyone has any questions, please just use the raise hand feature and then I'll get you spotlighted and we can do our thing.
And then I need to get off the stage to give you all a bio break and the amazing Lee Harrington to come on. And while you're writing this down, oh, does anybody need me to put that grid back up? Here. How's that? While you're writing this down, I want to introduce Lee so he can just drop right in. Lee, amazing human being. I am honored to call a friend. Is an internationally known sexuality, gender, relationship, and personal authenticity educator. I really like that, personal authenticity educator. He brings a combination of playful engagement and thoughtful academic dialogue to a broad audience, having taught over 1,000 classes, presentations, and keynotes across all 50 states and worldwide. Award-winning author and editor on gender, sexual, and sacred experience. His book titles include Traversing Gender, Understanding Transgender Journeys, Sacred Kink, The Eightfold Path of BDSM and Beyond, Playing Well with Others, Your Guide to Discovering, Exploring, and Negotiating the Kink, Leather, BDSM Communities, co-authored by Melina Williams, and Become Your Own Beloved, Guide to Delighting in Self-Connection, among many other titles. He's been blogging online since '98 and has been teaching since 2001. You can check out Lee's adventures as well as podcast tour schedule, free essays, Patreon, and videos over passionandsoul.com. I totally recommend his Patreon. I subscribe to it as well. Okay. Admin Lee, as opposed to presenter Lee. Admin Lee, do we have burning questions?
We do have a question that came up in the chat from Brooke. A little clarification on what is meant by sensation neutral.
Sensation neutral is whatever your default is. So your regular, what you would consider not any more intense. Remember the French fry and once bottle of sriracha. So neutral is whatever your default, which may be different. My default's going to be different than your default.
Cool.
I see the question of you use Zoom only in relationship to fetishes, but it seems it could be part of other dynamics. I am actually talking specifically for fetishistic because there is a nature of hyper focus on that particular totemic object that is, I wish we were in a physical class, because showing you how a fetishist reacts to the symbolic words will give you that. It's an immediate thing. You could be a fetishist and engaging in DS and SM. Absolutely. Fetishist is a standalone, can be combined with all the other appetites. Possibly this will get addressed tomorrow. I'm curious about the implication of personal spiciness default level on neurodiversity and under stimulation. Would like to hear more about that. Looks like for people that could be such value. You know, ask John, tomorrow's presenter. I brought him on because it's a field that I want to learn more about as well. So, yep. Is it like classical conditioning? You know, let's talk about the fetishes further, but I'm supposed to let you go now. There's this section in my women's intensive takes a full day to break it on down. And I also want you to think about how this particular appetite grid can be used to help your client population. Not just for you, but how it can be used by practitioners and your population. During the kink informed certification, we have regular office hours where we can go further into this. I also have Patreon office hours where I can go further into this, but I want to respect the schedule. So.
Thank you so much, Midori. We look forward to hearing all of your further contributions and definitely appreciate the one that we just heard. Let's take just a couple-minute break, and when we get back, we'll pick up with Lee Harrington right on the hour.
I am delighted by the array of presenters and the material that's being done this weekend, including what's already been presented. If you want to drop over in chat, if you've had a favorite line so far, if you've had like a favorite takeaway, a thing that's in your notes that you're like, oh, I'm going to be applying that in my practice or applying that in my personal life, I would love to see that over in the chat. It is, I mean, for me, one of the take homes I have is the concept of how the dance model, how we can apply it to the notion, not just of who's the lead, who's the follow, but the social aspect of it. As somebody who is part of these sexuality communities, I sometimes make an assumption that, oh, we go to the dance floor, we go to the dance event to do this stuff while dancing. It can be me solo playing my favorite music, and I am enjoying it and being present and embodied. And it could be with one other person. It could be a group of friends in my living room. So I am so excited about magnifying that dance model and looking at it on a deeper level for both myself as well as with my clients. So I'm excited about that. Yes, the change of state in Vindaloo, I love that. The definition of fetishist, right? That hyper focus as compared to folks who have been trained in psychiatry type models. Sometimes we fall into the definitions of paraphilia and partialisms. So I love that so much. And virtual spanking, nice. Kinklings, what a delightful term. Yes, yes, yes. And excited to explore my newly discovered masochist and fetishistic sides. Thank you for the vulnerability in sharing that, because some of us are here who are just discovering these things for our personal journey, while others of us are unfolding ways that we can support the people who come to us and trust us and want us to hold their vulnerable hearts and stories. And that is two different ways to approach the same material. And some of you are being courageous and doing both at the same time. And I love that so much for y'all. I really love to hear her take your on fetishism, Lee, from the spiritual lens. Absolutely. My virtual spanking by the one and only Midori. That's beautiful. And yes, I love that, love that. So it is a delight to get to meet all y'all. I've met a couple of you in other situations, whether it is attending my Patreon only classes or other online work that I offer through organizations like Wicked Grounds or Karate House out of Berlin for folks who are coming in from Europe and want things in your time zone, because I think that's important. Midori talked about the fact that a lot of this education is coming like in the past 20 years from an English language lens and an American centric, not North American. People say North American, but no, the voices coming out of Canada sometimes get tampered down by us loud folks in the United States. And so it's one of the reasons I'm delighted that Dr. Ruthie is here and bringing stuff from the folks in Canada, because it's a different voice, it's a different experience. So yes, I appreciate that, Admin Lee, for dropping over in chat information on my website where you can see my upcoming classes and varieties of books. Midori mentioned 4 of them. I've written more and or had the honor of getting to also edit books like Spirit of Desire, Personal Journeys of Sacred Kink, and Queer Magic, Power Beyond Boundaries. So I feel really touched that Midori mentioned some of those. And then also my Patreon, I post weekly resources. You can find that there. And if you're looking for the audiobook of Sacred Kink, folks at the $5 on up level get that entire book over there. And then the last piece is that last link is the PDF for the PowerPoint I'm going to be moving on and off of today, because some of you might learn better for being able to print that out real quickly and take notes on it. Some of you might find that useful following along visually at home. But for me, it's also the ability to look at this later and be like, oh, right, we were talking about that thing. I am a visual learner at times, so I thought I would share all of that in advance. For folks I don't know, yes, absolutely. For folks I don't know, I am so delighted to get to be here, because though I've gotten to teach a lot on these topics over the years, intensives like this are a different container. It's why I was here at the beginning of this experience to go on this journey with you, because educators building on each other, we are each, as the educators, as the attendees, having a chance to get to see how they flow in and out of each other. I've had a chance to be teaching since 2001, and I love getting to share some of these materials from the lens of being someone who grew up as a pagan with a goddess worshiping Lutheran mother and a born again Catholic father. And when people would ask my mother, how does that work? She would say, don't worry about me, God and I are fine. And she was also a kinky person. I'm a 4th generation kinky individual, and that is language that I use, but each of these generations have come from different lenses. My mother was a corset fetishist and loved spanking. She also said that she liked men who looked good in their cars. My grandmother, her mother, was a swinger who loved the idea of being passionate with an array of human beings, and that some were individuals she ended up having long-term relationships with, and some were people that she adored for a weekend. My great-grandmother was a fetish model back in the 1920s and 30s, and I name all of these things because when we are talking about working with our clients, even under the same family line, you have 4 completely different stories of what it might be to be this word kinky, or this language of getting freaky, this idea of enjoying spicy sexuality. The same word might be 4 different people, even if we're under the same line. So I want to introduce myself a little more formally so that you have an idea of the filters and, in some places, points of privilege that I come from, because every single person that you learn information from is coming from their lens, including you. And so having an idea of where this material comes from, I think, is important. So I mentioned this already, talked about a variety of books, but the important thing here is that I believe that each of you have a unique lens and important information to share. So I want to empower you, use that chat. I'm going to ask admin Lee to keep an eye on in case I'm missing any questions. However, if you are an individual who is perhaps dyslexic, English second language, etc., if coming off of audio is better for you, I prefer people using the chat, but I want to make sure your voice is heard. So please use that technology if it is better for you. I also love cupcakes. I am a 43-year-old individual based in the United States, though I've had the honor of getting to live other places. I think it's important to name that I am coming from that place. Also, I'm an English speaker, and so if I use words that you're not familiar with, or if I use, as somebody who's been in the kink communities for approaching 25 years, that if I use slang or acronyms or shorthand that you're not familiar with, please ask. There is someone else in the room who will be helped by you asking questions. So please do. Also, I am somebody who has a deep spiritual practice of my own. And so though I try to involve atheist voices and whatnot, I know I am imperfect. So if there's voices that you're like, oh, what about this experience? Please ask, because I might not be aware that I am missing out on that. Also, I myself am kinky, polyamorous and consensually non-monogamous, queer and transgender. It means that I'm speaking as an insider of these experiences, not just an academic lens. So that does come with some of its own biases. And let's just make sure I got the chat. Yes, all about cupcakes. It's so true. I bring up that piece around being transgender because I might use stories today from my time as an adult film performer or as a dominatrix. And I want to make sure you know those are first person stories. That is not every transgender person's necessity to share any of their back history. For a lot of folks, it is simply a medical reality. There's not an identity involved. They have always been men. Being transgender is simply part of their history. But for me, it is an important part of how I live my day-to-day life. So I wanted to make sure I shared that in advance. Also, with this PowerPoint, I want to be transparent and offer some content awareness or warning. Yay, Team Trans. A content awareness, because it's hard to have every single detail of what might emotionally activate you. And so therefore content warnings on every piece of a story is hard, or every piece of data. And so I do want to share those some themes that might come up that are more likely to bring up activation of different sorts. Some of the material here, for example, is illegal. This entire weekend, when we are talking about things like topping or doing intense sensation play, if you're in the state of Massachusetts, it is illegal it is impossible to consent to assault. If your client is spanking someone else, they can be fined. So please be aware that the material I'm talking about might be illegal for you and your clients based on where you are around the world. Some of this stuff might be immoral to you or the people you are serving. And so an awareness with that again, spanking that is fairly synonymous with these concepts of spicy sexuality, there's a lot of people out there who might go, oh my God, that is against God's will. While other people are enthusiastically waving their flag and saying, oh my God, oh my God, that's funny. That, oh, the divine has given me this powerful and amazing body. And isn't it great, the thousands of things I can do with it? The same activity might bring up profoundly different experiences of morality, including for you. Some of these things, including discussing spirituality at all, especially specific faith traditions, might evoke moments of personal trauma for some of us. please make sure that if you are emotionally activated, think for a moment right now. If you want to type it in chat to share with others, that would be great. That if you find yourself emotionally activated or what gets called triggered, today, what are some of the things you might use? Mine, for example, is closing my eyes, slowly breathing in for a 4 count, holding for a moment or 4, and then releasing with an audible noise. Could be a sigh, could be a groan. That's one of mine. But if you have other tools that you can use, if you find yourself emotionally activated with personal traumas, drop them over in chat. I love seeing some of these that are popping up. Along with trauma is also possibilities of historical trauma. Midori mentioned earlier that language like master and slave gets used in these communities, which is traumatic language that evokes the history and in some places current practice of the enslavement of free human beings. It's used differently, but it is historical trauma being actively brought up through casual language. Some of the things I'm going to talk about today are dangerous, legally dangerous, socially dangerous, physically dangerous. And when we're talking about specifically faith groups, there are people who discussing kinky activities at their congregation or coven or temple, their mosque, might bring up issues to even be. So to note that this can be dangerous material. The PowerPoint does involve BDSM imagery. There are marks from somebody doing a whipping, and there are cartoons of somebody doing a spanking, etc. If you are not prepared for visual imagery that involves that and seeing it firsthand, feel free to turn off the screen or look away from it while still listening to this presentation. Also, some of this stuff might be unusual to you. It might be unexpected. You might be like, that's a thing people do. It's okay to have that response. It's okay to have that response. Take care of you, take that moment and look like these. We got 19 different ideas. Some of it's out of context. I love this idea of stretching, hearing my kitten purring. Oh, I love the fact that you're tapping into multiple senses with that, you know, sights, touch, sound, etc. Go to Machu Picchu. Okay, breath, sound, movement. I love these ideas. Interacting with other living beings, reminding myself that you're in the here and now, not the story of your past. I think that's so beautiful. I generally do breathing. Just, rolling your neck and shoulders. Wow, I actually just popped my mid back. That's great. The joy of living with a medically complex body. So nothing shocks you. That is so fantastic for you. I love that you're bringing that to the room. And then shaking out your body, butterfly hugs, and noticing where there's tension in your body. Having these tools that we're sharing over here in chat, keep them for the whole weekend. Keep them for the whole weekend, because there might be a moment where you find yourself having something come up in your skin. And what we're even talking about right now, these tools for embodiment, grounding, structuring yourself in moments of chaos, these things for some people are what they label as spirituality. What they experience as being a thing they tap into their faith with. Being a thing that when they're activated in their scenes, beginning, middle, end, in their scenes might come up. And so as we do this, we're also building tools for those we are in healing practices with. So with all of that said, I want to offer a slightly different framework for kink. than what Midori put down. Because if we're talking about the idea that somebody is coming to you and saying, I'm having a moment where my kink and spirituality are interacting with each other, or what if they diverge from each other, or what if my kink brings up spiritual experiences or has me feel about this over here, or what if my spirituality is having me doubt my kinks, my desires. It's important to know, oh, thank you. I appreciate that, honey. Yeah, thank you, James. So if we're going to have these things come up, I think having an awareness of what our people mean by these terms instead of making assumptions is really important. So I want to offer some things that might be what they mean, knowing that it's not a holistic or complete list. And I just like this cartoon. So some of the things that it might include, because it's the big sexual adventure that includes but is not limited to voyeurism, right? That is the emotional evokement, or the what was it, the thing that Midori used. If you could drop that term, I lose nouns sometimes. So if you could drop that term when your desire is brought up or you're having that body experience. But voyeurism is in watching others or watching an experience or perceiving it. Exhibitionism, to be the one on the other side of it. Let me share with the world. Fetishism, as was shared already, that notion of being focused, hyper-focused on a thing or part of the body or concept. Fantasy role-playing. Maybe you have someone who's like, I really want to do kink that involves me being a priest and the other person being a parishioner. So it might be sacrilegious, or it might be playing with things from their trauma or their desires and delight. It doesn't always have to be scary things from earlier in their world or things they never experienced. Could be about cross-dressing, which for some people are that's not kinky. Well, for other individuals that might come to you, that is profound and edgy and has danger to it. Erotic power exchange, swinging, leather, which might be an identity or a fetish, consensual non-monogamy, naughty sex, all of this stuff that the culture or subculture they are part of, and that subculture might be their family, might be the spiritual group or the religious group that they are a part of, might be the country they live in, right? There's all these different groupings they might be part of. But what is kinky is the things that systemic arousal, thank you, I appreciate that, Lee. And I was involved in a Diablo-based video game scene that was a while back, and it was wonderful, wonderful. So with this, I think it's important to look at context, because someone's specific spirituality, someone's specific culture might inform what they experience as being kinky. And it's not the same lens as yours. And it doesn't have to be. They are coming to you for a specific reason, and it might have nothing to do with their specific spirituality. It's that they're processing something out loud. They are having an opportunity for paid perspective. But I want to share one more definition of kink that I think is really key in this discussion from an author by the name of Z. Griss, and from embodymorelove.com. Kink is sexual desires, behaviors, and identities that challenge social approval, giving you the opportunity to explore your courage, shame, pleasure, and liberation. for people for whom this is about spiritual experience or moments of aha, or what was it? Oh, that can be powerful work too, right? It's so good. I love Z's Brain. If you're not familiar with Zegris, please drench your teeth into that delicious feast that they offer on their website, in their teachings, in their performance art. They're amazing. So those are some ways to look at this thing called kink. And within that, knowing where you are coming from, where your people are coming from, is really key. I'm going to put something on this. I'm going to offer 2 points of information, and then I'm going to go grab my power cord because I apparently did not plug in my computer. So I'm going to share 2 pieces and then give you time to read one of them because there's a lot on the screen. You're going to have that to look at later as well, but I'm going to have this be a piece of thing to consider. The first of these 2 slides is that spirituality, faith, and religion are different. Spirituality, faith, and religion are different. There are people who have a deep spiritual experience in their lives, but are not part of any sort of religious organization. There are people who have faith in a larger thing or faith in a concept, but don't experience themselves as being spiritual. And one way to look at this is the work of Ratcliffe and May, published in 2004. I'm going to give you time to look at this, of their concepts of breaking down a spirituality as compared to a religion, with the overlap of this Venn diagram being the place where the 2 intersect. These are not truths for everyone, but I want to give people a chance to look at Ratcliffe and May's theory while I grab my power strip. All right, looking over in chat. What time are we breaking for lunch? We are doing so in an hour. We are doing so in 1 hour. All right. So spirituality seems to have more to do with experience and religion to do with knowledge. What a beautiful way to frame that. Are there anything else that came up looking at that or thinking about these 3 concepts? Spirituality, faith, and religion. Will the image be sent to us? Yes, absolutely. It is in the PDF that got posted already. Lee, could you go ahead and post those links again for people who want to keep that up on their screen while I keep talking? I know that a good scene is definitely a spiritual experience for you. Yes. My very first public encounter, rather than the encounters I was having in the bedroom, etc., the first time I went to a public kink experience, I remember having my hands up on a St. Andrew's cross, which in and of itself is pulling up from Christian iconography. I was on a symbol of Christian iconography, receiving a flogging or flagellation, a tool used in multiple traditions worldwide. I was having this experience, and in the middle of it, I had the same bodily journey, the same psychological moment of going out into the universe. And I was like, oh, this is what it feels like when I am deep in prayer. my embodied experience knows this thing. And I came out of it and I turned to the person who was giving me this experience, having my body go on this journey. And I said, wow, that was a deeply spiritual moment for me. It was transcending my bodily day to day. And he looked at me and said, it's just a flogging. For me, it was a deep and meaningful thing. For him, it was just getting a little bit freaky while wearing a fancy outfit. Just like going to religious spaces, just like other spiritual moments, what is a deeply meaningful thing for one person is an average Friday night at the shul for another. Neither is good or bad, but that might be a thing that some people are processing, are looking at, is the idea that these things are different for different people. I love this. We've had a whole lot of stuff come through. For me, kink is an extension of your own body that is challenging for many. Oh, I love this idea here. It's also transpersonal. Yes, I feel so embodied when I'm in a state of relationship to my divine. What are our relationships with these things? I recently talked to other folks. In religion, it often involves doctrinal authority. Yes, we're going to get into that. Whereas spirituality be more of a felt sense in an individual. I think of faith as an experience that could arise in both contexts. Yeah, so feel free to scan through some of these. Love is apart from spirituality. Kink is a part of my religion. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And spirit, mind, and body equals Springfield College ethics. And as a note, there is a mythology that says body and mind are separate, but when there is literally heart material in brain, there's literally brain matter in your heart, these lines, the human body is wacky. It is wild. And so these lines are not always firm, in the same way that these lines of kink and spirituality are not always firm. Now, sometimes, I mentioned this in one direction, spirituality or religion might inform your kink. People I know who say, I can't do that one thing because my spirituality or religion says no. Spirituality, personally informed experience, that you've had that moment of aha and gone, oh yeah, no, that thing is not in alignment with my ethics, my morals, my way of existing in my world, or connecting with that thing that is more than me or different than me. Or my religion says good people don't do that, or good people do that, whatever it might be. But doctrine is different than interpretation. It is important for us to not assume that our people in our world are making decisions. Let's say someone is Christian. Me as a caring professional, me citing, oh, are you having a problem with Matthew, et cetera, with this segment of the Bible? I am filling in an assumption that somebody is processing their relationship with doctrine. But what they might actually be having a moment is that their pastor said something which is about the interpretation. Their relationship with a piece of material as compared to a social construct, or as compared to where people in their culture are having a moment. Let's see, I just saw, remind me of the fact that there are different entry points, yes, with engaging with this material. So for some people, it might be that kink is running into a wall from those written texts. Thou shalt not do blank, or thou shalt do blank. Or maybe it's based on what the Pope is currently saying, or what their imam says. It might be about what their family, how their family interprets this material, or it might be about how they have a relationship with God or goddesses, or with a construct different than themselves. And so when someone comes to us around the intersection of kink and spirituality, it's important to look at what is their actual concern. Instead of going down a rabbit hole of possibilities, what's it like to actually ask our people, oh, you brought up this topic. What about it is something that you want to examine? Where do we want to see where the path goes? Are you concerned about group loss? That if somebody finds out that I'm into erotic piercing, or finds out that I enjoy gangbangs, or finds out whatever it is, that I will lose my coven? Is that what we are worried about? Am I concerned that if somebody finds out what I like doing, that I will lose my friends and family? I have a couple of friends who are on the DL, who are on the down low, who enjoy certain sexual activities with certain groups of people, who have no interest in letting anyone know that, and have no belief in themselves that they are certain orientations, or more than that, identities, because they're making a choice to not lose their congregation. You found success in using the Scarlet Letter as a way to relate people to shame and guilt. Beautiful. Oh, and thank you for naming Tina's book. Yes, absolutely. Thank you all for dropping resources. Is there your person concerned about the opinions of divinity? Or is it a question about what do they think about themselves based on the filter of their own journey? Because there are folks I know who are deeply raised under specific deep faith practices or religious structures that are now trying to figure out and tease out, what are my actual opinions of myself? And so finding out, oh, we're going to be processing somebody's spiritual experience and their kink desires or interests or current behavior. Which are they trying to do with you? Because if they only have an hour or two a month to be able to do stuff with you, what are their actual needs? Okay, cool. Thank you for naming that resource. I really appreciate it. So looking at the notion of what are their nuanced concerns? Are they a person of a specific practice who's now thinking about or desiring something, but they've never done it? That will be a different point of entry to your conversations than they are currently doing the thing and they're processing their experiences, or looking for tools and resources, looking to you and saying, I want to get involved with community about these things. Where do I go? And will they judge me? There's a lot of kink communities that I've seen out there, and I use communities on purpose because it is not a single entity. Every single community I have been part of in the kink world has had different flavors, and a number of them have been anti-Christian or anti-Semitic or anti-Muslim. I've especially seen those three, or different variations, anti-Mormon, anti-Catholic. And when you are a person of deep faith, that is hard to be in that community. I was teaching a class on looking at different ways to explore personal experience of sacred kink. And afterwards, I had a Baptist couple come up to me, crying. And they said, thank you for naming in this discussion the fact that Christianity is not at odds with necessarily with erotic desire, especially within the structure of married relationships. what they had had happen. For them, what they would do versus alienate religious clients. Yes, yes, thank you, thank you. What they did for themselves was they would go to the dungeon on Saturday night from 9 p.m. to midnight and leave in time to go home to still have private interactions with each other, having been inspired. They would go home and interact in private and then still get 6 hours of sleep so they could wake up and make sure to get to church in the morning. But when they mention that that's what they do to somebody at that dungeon space, they had people say, "You're not a good Christian. I mean, fuck it, you're here." And you start having moments they were having moments repeatedly because people were saying, "You're not a good Christian, you're not a good Christian, you're not a good Christian." What do they then do with that emotion when people in their community are telling this to them? Is the community of loss they are fearing the kink community? If they come out as being religious people, will they lose that community? There's a movie called Keeping Amendment, and the plot isn't centered around, but he rereads the Song of Solomon with the lens of sensuality and eroticism. Yes, the Song of Solomon, especially in the Poet's Bible, where this person retranslated it all into formal poetry, that is some hot shit. That is some kinky, sexy, beautiful eroticism involving voyeurism and exhibitionism in combination with faith. Yum. You see, God gave us the woohoo button and the ability to release, push those sexy buttons. But that depends on what religious structure someone is coming from. Let's see, the concept of the other, yes, beautiful, and meet people where they are. Meet people where they are. Not where our assumptions based on their stories, and more than that, the words they use. If we go back to Midori's example of spicy food, if I say I love spicy food, and you say I love spicy food, and I bring out food based on my spiciness level, you might find it too spicy or boring, not spicy enough. But both of us were using I like spicy food. The same thing can come up when somebody says, I'm Wiccan. Well, yeah, but what does that word Wiccan mean to you? Are you a solitary practitioner? Are you somebody who is coming from a women-only, anti-masculine and anti-male lens? Are you coming from Wicca as a group experience? Are you coming from Wicca as a specific style of Alexandrian Wicca? What does that word even mean to you? And when somebody then says, I'm kinky, what does that mean to them? So it's about teasing these things out. Because that person might be talking to you about their orientation, right? Their sexual orientation, romantic orientation, intellectual orientation, their love style, polyamory, swinging, multi-partnered experiences, relationship anarchy, might be their specific sexual activities. I have a former partner of mine who was deeply devotional within her Christian faith, and anal sex was completely fine for her because she was under her her experience of interpretation, was saving her front hole, was saving her vagina for a married heterosexual relationship. Is it about physical kinks? Is it about alternative attractions? Is it about psychological play? What are our diverse desires? And are we having these conversations within the confines of a relationship or not? Because some religions have profound opinions on this. I had a great conversation with a Hasidic gentleman a number of years ago who said, oh, yeah, I could do all kinds of kink according to my rabbi, as long as one of us stays clothed. And at no point does my body touch yours, because that is a thing that I should only say for my wife. They went to their rabbi to have this discussion. And so for some people, it might be then working with, either directly or through our people we are in service to or with, it might be working with a faith leader to have these conversations, or saying, oh, is a faith leader somebody you would want to turn to with this question? Others are not. I love this. Buddhist discourse on these topics is also fascinating, given different interpretations of the prohibition on sexual misconduct. Oh, as a note, I want to specifically say that was that gentleman's conversation with his rabbi. That is not a universal Hasidic experience. I want to be very clear about that. It's about framing it back to the personal experience and beliefs, but also emphasizing the fact that sex is not tied to morality. Beautiful. Thank you, Maggie. I really love that. And it's been filtered through so many spaces to get to the belief. And then how do we acknowledge and honor the harm that religion has caused to many folks' relationships to sexuality and kink without excluding those who engage in religion? Thank you for asking that. When we look at this notion of personal trauma and historical trauma, religion is a big piece of that for a lot of folks, especially for folks who are part of the alphabet mafia, aka the LGBTQ 2SAI plus communities, two-spirit, asexual, or many other A's out there, and then intersex. There's a lot of religious trauma, and especially in for those of us who are in the United States, a Christian assumed culture, where if I walk into Walmart in December, I will be inundated with an assumption that I believe in a specific Christ. There's a lot of trauma there. And so it becomes the question of, are we working with a group of people, a pair of people, or triad of relationship, or a single individual? If one of them is practicing and one of them is not, that's going to be a different conversation. But teasing out, I find, around kink and religious trauma, and if people have other ideas and experiences, please drop them in chat so we can have this mixed learning. But one of the things I find that's really important is figuring out which are people's current beliefs and which are indoctrinated experiences and indoctrinated beliefs. Where is this coming from? Where is this concept of morality coming from? Where is this idea that you should or shouldn't do certain things coming from? And is it your now? I think is really key to some of that conversation. Let's see, what are your thoughts on the book, The Great Sex Rescue by, I have not read this book, by Sheila Ray Gregoire, or Gregory, it depends on, I'm not sure how they're pronouncing it. I just got it, but have not started. I have not read it. If anybody has, please drop your opinions of that book out there. And there's a YouTube series called How Gay Thou Art that is a personal experiences with presenters, purity culture. Great. Yeah, thank you all for dropping these resources. How Gay Thou Art. And then it's also about power structures to you. When those things like identity and pleasure are demonized in religion, it can actually be traced back to who would benefit from those beliefs and which religion we're discussing. And not just that, which nuance of that religion. There are so many breakdowns of these things, and each one has a slightly different take. Hell, in the English language, there's more than 17 translations. at least 17 translations of what gets called the Bible. And many of these have different opinions on different topics of sexuality. Eric Smith is a great resource on purity culture. Erica Smith, thank you. So keep dropping them over there. Now, we brought this up a little bit before. I'm going to move forward because I want to honor our time. Instead of going to this idea that it's about religions or specific spiritual practices, I know a number of people for whom this is me hanging in the woods in Pennsylvania, for whom kink evokes spiritual experience, or kink itself is part of their spiritual life. It is what they do. A former partner of mine used to meditate in bondage as part of their practice, as part of their spiritual practice. I mentioned before having that epiphany or aha moment or breakthrough spiritual moment through a moment of percussion with leather upon my back. So there are a lot of folks out there who might have these religious experiences, or sorry, not religious experiences, spiritual experiences based within their kink, sometimes by choice and sometimes by accident. Because kink can create an altered state of consciousness. People talk about what's called subspace, top space, bottom space. And anytime someone in your practice uses the word space, what they mean is altered state of consciousness. In most cases, not universal, but in most cases, that when they were in a place of submission or bottoming and receiving an experience or undergoing one, they went into an altered state of consciousness. Or when they were the one doing rope work on someone, through listening to the music and following that exact beat, they went into a trance state where time dilated and the world fell away, and they became hyper-focused on the heartbeat of their beloved, going into that altered state of consciousness. And a lot of spiritual experiences take place within moments of altered state of consciousness, going from our default way we exist in the world at large to some other way of being, including those two that Midori brought up before, of having that, again, I'm not holding on to it, but that sensory activation, and then also that side of going into bliss or Zen or into that nothing concept. They close their eyes and see it. Okay, and subspace to me feels like spirit being at the ocean, orgasm, trance, medicine journey. Thank you for the gift of those words. Yes. And so when someone says, I had a spiritual moment in subspace, are they saying, I felt like my heart was at the ocean and I was floating in and out with the waves? Are they saying I was in orgasmic experience that was beyond a clitoral moment or beyond a testicular and phallus-based moment? Or what they're saying is that I was in trance. I was submerged into the bliss of that receptiveness? Or are they saying I was able to tap in to medicine, to spirit, to that guided experience? And there's a part of kink community that crosses over to a shamanic practice that uses these trance tools as a way to be able to enter into hypnotic or guided visualization experiences, or use it as a gateway to go into spiritual realms, or use it as an ordeal, a challenge upon which there is a before and an after. People might look at hook suspensions as an example and go, oh my gosh, that's an ordeal. And as somebody who helps with those journeys, there are some people for whom that is exactly what it is. And as a note, they are using hook suspensions. They are not doing sun dance rituals or an okipa ceremony. That's under a specific construct of culture. That's a multi-day experience. These are people who use hooks as a tool for going into ordeals or an altered state. But not everybody who does hook suspensions, even in the kink community, is doing it from that framework. I know people for whom they're into adrenaline, right? They are spice level 5 and want to swing into this space. And so assuming that somebody is talking about a thing that would be an ordeal for you, would be a transformative life experience for you, for them might be an average Thursday. Let's see, to be fair, Nick was definitely in love with Gatsby. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on the topic? And as a note, please, Lee, if you notice any questions I am missing, please let me know. Do you have any thoughts, or if I missed yours, please repeat it. Do you have any thoughts on the topic of cultural appropriation related to this? I absolutely do. So that is why I specifically list that hook suspension is different than okipa ceremonies. The hook suspensions that were originally brought into the United States during the height of the AIDS crisis by folks like Fakir Musafar were being done actually with a lot of the technology coming out of southern India. And that path through Murugan and those practices, even though Fakir was also grew up just off the res, it is cultural appropriation. And it is also a tool that is profound and beautiful and no longer being used within that lens. To me, it is a parallel to tattooing. Tattoo, right, looking at those practices out of indigenous cultures worldwide, was then appropriated and used by folks who were in armed services or serving on ships to be able to mark their journeys or celebrate different moments or get drunk and make a choice that might not be what they want later on. And nowadays, the art of tattoo has moved into a different realm than indigenous tattooing cultures worldwide. It is a complex topic. To me, if we are using tools, and this is my own personal opinion, tools that have to do with indigenous things, I look at, is that original culture able to do their own practices? Until the 1980s, it was illegal for Lakota and Mandan people to be able to do okipa ceremonies. And so before the 80s, people doing hook suspensions that are white, especially, I think that is worth examining. And also looking at, why are we not fighting for the rights of indigenous cultures to be able to do their own religious practices? My personal approach is, if you're going to do this stuff, do the work to make sure the original practitioners of these things are able to do so too. That's my personal take, but everybody's going to have a slightly different answer. So that is my personal take. Thank you for asking. And so with these things, right, whatever it is, whatever the tool is that is in kink that is being used, so many kink practices and activities are pulled from religious practices. I mentioned before flagellation or flogging, but bondage or restraint, mummy sacks, for example, are the exact same technology used in witches' cages to be able, or witches' frames to be able to hang from a tree in complete sensory deprivation to have visions of the future. The tools used in kink, many of them have been pulled from somewhere. So some people want to look at that, other people don't. But some of the things that I look at in these conversations, if somebody's like, I purposely want to have a spiritual experience with kink, here are 8 of the major categories that get looked at. I break it down over the course of 400 pages in the book Sacred Kink. And it sounds like a lot, but there's also teaching stories, AKA smut, that helps a lot. But there's also an academic direction from it. Anyway, rhythm. Drums are used across the world as a way to enter trance states. Music is a great way to do that. All kinds of music. I know people who have had trance journey experiences while listening to Megadeth. Music, rhythm. Could be experiences of the flesh, massage, sensuality, being present and embodied in your skin, whether it is full-on spicy or whether it is sweet and sensual, right? Flesh. Using your breath. We discussed a lot of that with things when we're emotionally activated, using breath tools. But doing that, whether it is in deep breath and release while looking in your lover's eyes while they are pinching your nipples, or whether that is using a gas mask and having somebody to consciously have to breathe while in that technology. It could be around asceticism, which is the stripping down to a minimal path. For example, I know a gentleman who goes by the name Whip Master Bob. We can imagine the thing that Whip Master Bob is into. And Whip Master Bob, when he was getting into whips, did no other kinky things. He only did whips, and he practiced for a minimum of an hour a day as a practice that fueled his spirit, his mind, and his skill set to use with his beloved. He stripped the world down to the thin and narrow. Let's see. Oh, I'm so glad, Kelsey, that you enjoyed the book. And then up here, I grew up devoutly Catholic and went through a lot of religious trauma. Okay, thank you for sharing that. And I heavily denounced my previous faith when I came out and turned to kink. Something that helped me was the kinder terms with religion that I stumbled across some Lent practices in the Philippines, where they recreate Jesus's crucifixion, flog one another, chant, etc. And all I thought was, oh, they're in religious space for daddy. That is so tender and sweet and funny and delicious all at the same time. Thank you for Daddy Jesus. Got it. And it was a beautiful click in my head and heart that in a way made me look at religion again from a kinder lens. Yeah. There's a lot of healing that can happen there using the similar technologies. But there's also people on the complete other flip side who are using those same technologies for sacrilegious fetish play. Getting to have somebody get spanked with a Bible. Dressing up in your full Sunday finery with hats out to here, and then having people down at your feet licking your high heels. Sacrilegious play. So knowing when we're looking at things like what you're bringing up here with your healing around that ritual in the Philippines, for some people, it might be useful to tease out, are you looking to do healing? Are you looking to do it because it's silly and fun? Are you looking to do it because it is a way to let out your anger at your past trauma? That dressing up as a latex nun might give you a chance to say fuck you to an experience that was painful when you were younger. Because sometimes this is a space to let out deep emotion. Deep emotion. And non-humiliation. I have seen that scene. S-E-E-N, S-C-E-N-E. Driving force behind the action, yeah. You have a certain sort of sexuality and religion, and I discuss how the Bible can lead to introductions to kink. Oh, Oh, I love the fact that literally there is a formal consensual collaring ritual that is present in the Torah, right? Like there's all kind, and if you are looking for Jewish kink specifically, there is an author by the name of Laura, Laura, Antoniou, Antinou, question mark, who's the author of The Marketplace fiction series, who does an amazing class on just Judaism and kink. Cannot recommend it enough. Cannot recommend enough. Exploring my traumas was why I got into kink. Yeah, it's something simply to do with caution, but can be powerful. I was really honored as an ordeal, like running an ordeal for someone that was not a scene necessarily. It was pulling upon my training as a priest slash priestess, because I use both terms for myself in my training. And we did a really deep one around using religious tools in combination with that person's history of sexual assault that was wrapped under the guise of being kinky. And we worked with their therapist to specifically design the ritual. And then after the ritual was done, the next day have a therapy appointment set up for them to process everything that went down. That is because they had a therapist for whom that was kink savvy, not just kink aware, and was also religious savvy to their religion, not just religious aware. You don't have to be that person. That is not a thing that is done for everybody, by everybody. That is an outlier on the bell curve. But if it is a skill you offer, it might be a skill or a tool that you offer. But if it isn't, it doesn't have to be. And you know what? You don't have to know anything about somebody's religious practice to talk about some of these topics. If somebody says, I'm trying to process some religious trauma, asking and saying, I don't know anything about your specific background and that specific practice. Is that okay for you? Or do you want to talk it out in the ways that I know how to do? And that degree of vulnerability and sharing on your part creates such a container for safety. To say, I don't know. Are you still open to working with me? I find makes so many people feel safe. Let's see, I did my final project on kink claiming trauma. Yeah, we'll be talking a lot more about trauma later. So feel free to bring your trauma questions to Dr. Ruthie when they're here later. And let's see, there's a lot of stuff coming through. I won't see all of it. And actually a question for Lee / admin people. Would you be open to taking the recording of the chat and maybe collect all of these resources? Is that a thing that could happen? I know it's a lot more work, but I think it would be a really useful thing.
Yeah, we do that. We try and pull as many resources as we can from the chat and send it on to everybody at the end of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we looked at ordeals and catharsis. See, I wish my school let me do my final project on sex work and the differences between males and females in the field. Yeah, though, as a note, there's a lot of folks beyond male and female or men and women who are also sex workers. So if you do end up doing that research project, I would actively encourage you to look at the wide array, including some of the best, like the most active sex worker activists out there who have been especially trans women of color, and the most likely people to be murdered who are sex workers are trans women of color. So I encourage that to be part of your research. All right. Now, this next thing I would mention, that something that people might come to you with, is sometimes kink unexpectedly leads to spiritual moments. Whoops, I tripped and fell on a moment of epiphany. In Spirit of Desire, the anthology I got to edit, there is a pagan woman who talks about the fact that she was doing a hot scene at a big kinky event that was a festival event that had a huge bonfire where people were doing SM and exhibitionistic scenes and all kinds of stuff everywhere. And Suffering for Spirit by Thistam and I, yes, oh my gosh, she is amazing. And also Casting a Queer Circle, I believe is the other book, also fantastic. So she was doing an encounter where they had mounted a dildo on a drum. And second the rest of the recommendation, great. And she engaged with this dildo. And in the middle of this big festival that was people having fun and sexy and silly, had a vision of the god Pan. And suddenly she was transported into this moment of being like, I've never had a personal experience of the divine. Faith has been theory. That's why it's called faith, oftentimes. I have faith in this concept. I believe in it, even if it's not always tangible. I believe in this thing. And suddenly she had a deeply personal, in the moment experience. And she had no idea what to do with it. And when she tried to turn to some of her faith leaders that she wanted to do this processing with, to say, oh my God, I had this vision and I've been called to be in service to this God. And what do I do? When people then asked, oh, where did this take place? As soon as she mentioned, I was riding a dildo on a drum, she was told, that's wrong, that's bad, what are you talking about, etc. Yeah, it was heartbreaking. In the story, she tells it from a mostly positive point, but that's talking with her privately. But she was given some negative response by faith leaders. She did not expect her kink to have this aha moment. And I've met people who've had those moments who, if they can't turn to their faith leaders, turn to folks who are kink aware as a place to do their stuff around these deeply spiritual and faith expansive moments. Because they're those of you who are not going to turn them away. Or at least will say, I don't know anything about that, but I'm happy to hold space for you to talk this through. That is a gift you can offer for people who have had these unexpected experiences. Really surprising, it's Pan, yes. And the fact that it was at a large sexual / orgy experience. Can we start?
Have a question from Reba?
What was that?
We do have a question from Reba that I don't want to miss. It looks like it got reposted. Just to leave it up.
Where is the question?
So it's right above my last comment. It says, what is a way to navigate a situation where you had a profound ordeal experience in kink, but to the other, it was a casual scene, specifically with not putting that on them without their consent, but also not diminishing your own experience?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Reba, for asking it again, and for Lee for sharing it. So there's a concept in a lot of kink communities called aftercare, which is once this experience has happened, beginning, starting, middle, end. Afterwards, there's a tool for reaching homeostasis again, for returning to your baseline of normal for how you exist in the world at large, so that you're not going through an emotionally and or physically activated space into the world at large. Basically, so you can safely drive home or feel okay and have space to process. And how much aftercare or the types of aftercare people need vary wildly. And having these kinds of moments, aftercare, therefore the care that you need afterwards, has suddenly gone from what was negotiated and agreed upon, perhaps that somebody might spend an hour with you cuddling and talking and eating something with protein in it, having lots of hydration. Psychedelic therapy navigational set. If you are interested in having that conversation, if somebody could type this in there, Sam, S-A-M, Savage, S-A-V-A-G-E, who is a therapist who does that in crossover work and is also kinky and has done work in the ordeal field, is a fantastic triad crossover resource, Sam Savage. Or Samphire Savage, S-A-M-P-H-I-R-E. I'm not sure which one they're on online. But this has now changed. The agreement and pre-negotiated what you need as aftercare has changed. So first, I offer some ideas. And I want to move forward because we got about 15 minutes left. So some ideas. The first is asking that person, hey, I had a really intense experience and I know you had a kind of playful one. Are you open to me talking through this thing that I know wasn't your same experience? This goes back to that vindaloo, that spicy food that was made. I thought was super spicy, you thought was average, but I want to talk about how spicy it was for me. Or it was a totally different experience, right? That's for some people, let's say, oh, I had this moment, it was huge, and you literally had nothing. So first thing, are you available for me to process with you? Get consent. Second, do you have resources to turn to do that processing with others? People who share perhaps a spiritual practice with you, people who have similar faith beliefs, individuals who might share a religious context with you. Next one is, do you have friends that you could talk to that aren't in a religious context? Maybe they are also kinky, so you can share the kink part, and they might not understand all the spiritual parts, but they have that context in common. Next one, finding a kink-friendly therapist, counselor, mentor, especially one that's sex-friendly and has gone to an event like this and has kink awareness. And then the next one is tools that allow for personal reflection, such as meditation, journaling, and those kinds of tools. With all of that, are you an external processor or are you an internal processor? There's an amazing tool by social worker, haha, that was great. Thanks, Brian. SW Jake is his Instagram handle. He has the 8 tools for processing. I don't remember the term for it, but he has an 8-piece tool that talks about how some people are served better through conversation while other people need private processing. So look up SW Jake on Instagram, scroll back on his work, look at his different ways, because different people process differently. So knowing yourself is really powerful with that. All right. So last few pieces I want to run through. Be aware that just like there are individuals who will have a profound moment of spirituality while on drugs and start chasing the dragon, I have seen people have profound experiences doing kink and then proceed to try to chase that dragon. This is not common, but I have seen it a number of times, and so therefore I want to name it. So if you are working with people with addictive behavioral patterns, or working with people who are coming from psychological experiences or mood disorders of these directions, it is worth considering looking at various sexual practices and specifically kink practices under that lens, if it is being problematic and harmful to their life at large. If people are choosing to do more and more extreme things because it's something that they enjoy, it's just like people choosing to jump out of perfectly good airplanes, and now that has become their hobby and they love doing it all the time and they're looking for more and more intense things, but it's not damaging their life and they're not having issues, then so be it. I am specifically talking about addictive behavior traits. So I want to name that in this crossover space, it is something I have seen. So for those of you who are specifically addiction counselors, in your with that direction of your work with sex therapy. I would name it as a thing that you can also offer is processing in those directions. Is it similar to frenzy? Frenzy is a term in the kink communities that means when somebody first gets engaged in these activities, they perceive or experience that they need to try everything all at once. That, oh my God, this is a huge world. I want to do everything. This is really in. I think if frenzy is a debilitating thing within your life, causes harm within your relationships, causes harm within your world at large, there is an intersection. Yes. So frenzy at the point, the intersection point of kink and spirituality specifically. Addiction. Yes. Thank you. As altered states of consciousness. Yes, that is, please read that work. Definitely when you first got started and you slowed down via a mentor. Beautiful. In which case your role, if you are not the mentor, is encouraging people to find one. Is finding some of the resources so folks know where to begin. Is to learn some of the conferences out there that have resources, is to do maybe some of that, if this is going to be a field of yours, is developing a resource list so that your folks have that. Yeah, it's like new relationship energy. There you go. And that's me just getting sex therapy certified. It's all sex therapy all the time, and the rest of the world has fallen off the radar. There's focus and addiction are different topics. And a lot of different models to look into. And if it's a topic that you are interested in, I encourage you to have a subspecialty specifically in addiction. Everyone from accountants to therapists and more. Oh, thank you for the kink aware professionals list. Yes, and if you find that you end up getting to a point where this is one of your specialties, or simply that you now find yourself after this weekend being kink friendly, get yourself on that list. It will help potential people find you. So last few things I'm going to scroll through. There are people who choose kink entirely as a spiritual path. I have friends in my world for whom the only reason they do kink is because it is a tool for their spirituality, or for looking at some of the divine forces that they serve or interact with. I mean, Odin hung from a tree for folks who are Asatru or Northern tradition followers. Odin hung from a tree for many days by one ankle to be able to receive the wisdom of the runes. And I know people who have done things that use rope bondage as a way to enact the rituals of Odin. Right? For some people, it's about finding things that are knowable and valuable and true. For other folks I know, it's that their path looks like kink, and kinksters and kinky people might look at it and be like, oh, clearly they're kinky. Nope, they're just using the technology. So again, this goes back to discerning. When people are talking about kink, are they wanting to pursue kink as a sexual practice, or kink as a erotic practice, or kink as an engaging practice, especially for asexual folks? Where are they doing this? Or are they using rope bondage because it's a way to help them meditate? And they don't identify as kinky at all. Because some of this is also people looking to atone. Atonement, I know so many people who have said, I want you to whip me till I cry. I want you to hit me until I'm able to have my spirit purged. Let this all come out of me. And all of this stuff is different from sacrilegious kink. All of it is different from this stuff. Now, mind you, do I know that people for whom there is a crossover? Yes. But most of the people I know who are into sacrilegious kink, they are not looking to have sacred, spiritual, or religious experiences with it. People were doing self-flagellation in the street. Yes, absolutely. So my summary that I've teased on over and over again. Why are they coming to you? You don't have to know the nuances of their spirituality. And you don't have to know the nuances of kink. You don't have to understand the difference between a flogger, a flail, and a whip. You don't. To serve the people that you're serving. Maybe your specialty in sex therapy is religion and sex. But now, because of this weekend, you know enough about kink to have that sub-conversation. And find out their why. Because they came to you. They came to you. They didn't go to someone else. They came to you for a reason. And there's a powerful question, which is, why did you come here today? And why did you want to work with me? You're not a generic human. You're not a generic being. You are an important and powerful being, whole and unto yourself, in my opinion. And they came to you. Is it possible it's because you were the only person on the kink-aware professionals list in the state that you live in? Yeah, it's possible. In which case their why was because you were on the kink-aware professionals list, and that really mattered to them in discussing this spiritual experience they had during a kinky scene, or in processing the fact that they're scared that if they come out or anybody finds out that they're into certain practices, they're going to lose their congregation. But they came to you for a reason. So in this conversation, and doing this work in kink and spirituality, that is what I would encourage you to do, is to ask questions, be curious, be open, and sometimes know that if you do need to know the details of this stuff, I would encourage you to also be brave enough to do some of the research and turn to resources and allies that are out there. You don't know anything about the god Odin and what I just talked about from hanging from a tree. Find other resources, not just the internet, to turn to, because you deserve allies on this journey too. There's over 100 of us in this room today. These might be some of your allies on that journey. You are not alone. So I'm going to have, be curious, not judgmental. Yes, absolutely. I'm going to ask Lee if you could drop those resources one more time over in chat. That would be great. The first is my website where you can get, I've been blogging since 1998. I haven't been active for a while because I moved my stuff over to Patreon, but you can see resources going back for many, many years, free essays, etc. You can find there also, I ran a podcast for over 5 years. There's called Passion and Soul, which is the intersection of sexuality and kink and spirituality. So you can find over 100 episodes to listen to. You could also find my upcoming events and classes. I also do take private consultations. So if you have specific issues and questions, I'm happy to have some of those conversations and make some of that time happen. So feel free to contact me there. And then at the very bottom is information on downloading this piece. There's a couple slides I skipped over, that's fine. And Patreon, I do classes that are just for my patrons every single month. And then every week I do different resources that are available on there that I share. And all of the recordings for all my back Patreon classes are available at both the spirit and the soul level of registration. So, I'm so glad folks enjoyed it. Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate it. So we're going to take our lunch break. We've got an hour before we come back.
Yes, we do.
Yes, please. I'm handing the mic now over to you.
Thank you so much, Lee. You always have so much to teach us, and I appreciate you.
All righty. Hi, folks. And, I'm totally fine if y'all are like eating with the camera on. I mean, 3 years into the pandemic, just eat, please. Take care of yourself, for God's sake. Okay. So, I have a little bit of half hour with you. However, it's not going to be about me and what I'm saying. It's going to be about you and what you're saying. We're going to have a couple of breakout rooms, 2 sessions, and it's going to be randomized, 3 people in a breakout room, and let's see, admin folks, I'm going to want your help in putting the questions or the discussion topic into the chat. I will
Okay.
also go over it.
One quick thing. I am working on the breakout rooms, Lee, if you can take care of putting the questions in.
I got you.
Great. All right. So, purpose of this breakout session is to actually make networking connection. Part of the downside of a Zoom, upside of a Zoom conference is we get to reach a lot of people. The downside is you don't get that connection in the hallway that is so important. And there are a lot of different kinds of helping professionals in the room and dealing with a lot of different population, and every one of you out there have different resources. So, networking. This is a professional conference. Networking is important. So I would like for you in your group to introduce yourself and title of your occupation, if you have one. And I would like for you to talk about the specific population you work with or want to work with. So introduction, population you work with now and or you want to work with, and one takeaway from conversation our day up till now. One takeaway from what we've watched and listened to up till now, including Betty Martin's work, if you had a chance to listen to that. Now, then there's going to be a second breakout room, which will be the same thing with different people. You'll introduce yourself, the population you are or want to work with, and you might have population you already work with and other population you want to work with, and a different takeaway from our content up till now. Keep in mind, this is about networking. So you may meet people with simpatico resources, or you may meet people with resource and knowledge outside of your area. So for example, if I were in a room with somebody who dealt with say K through 12 sex ed, that's not my population at all, but I need to know somebody like that for referral. Get it? Okay. That's why it's just nice to make friends, in our industries. All right. What questions do you have for us about the breakout room?
How many minutes will we be spending in each breakout room?
At this point, it'll be about 13 minutes each. So please be nice and fair. Some people step up more, could step back. Some people step back a lot, step up, encourage one another on that. So good question. What other questions do you have for us? And look, brag about yourself, promote yourself, okay? Like the amazing things you're doing and the population that you serve. Network. Are we
ready?
Yeah.
13 minutes.
No. 13 minutes for the group.
Right? So you're going to do 2 groups of about 13 minutes each.
Yes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do the group. Some of the questions I guess it's 4 per person, something like that.
About that.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay, so
It's like people.
I just stay in the main room here, right?
Yeah, what I did was I went ahead and made you co-host, and then there is a way now where you can say don't assign co-hosts.
Super. I have a little space heater going on. I hope the sound is not irritating. Okay.
I can't even hear it.
Okay, good.
Looks like some people might not be back from lunch yet.
Possible.
Looks like there's at least 1 or 2 rooms that only have like 1 person in them.
Okay, I'm
Actually, no, that's been worked out.
all right. I'm assigning. There's.
Hey, for the next group, next breakout, Ms. Jen,
Mm-hmm.
wondering if we should do 2 people per group.
We can hold on.
I always like to have,
I'm gonna
because
unspotlight you so I
dynamic in
can see
case
who's.
anyone is really shy or like not feeling well. If it's only 2, that can be put a little pressure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I do like the 3.
Yeah.
Mhm. So it looks like we still do have a few people here who might not be back from lunch yet, who have not moved yet.
But it looks like every group does currently.
Hold on, somebody is asking for help in their room, so I need to go. I'll be back.
All right.
I can't hear you.
I just got the recording message. So it's recording us. Apparently the recording goes with me. It looks like we have a few people that haven't been gotten back from lunch yet.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to leave the room, I can throw you into a room where there are people.
Okay.
Okay? So
Okay.
let's both leave and I will get you in another room.
Okay. Sounds good.
Was aside. Yeah. All right, for those of you who just come back, we are doing breakout rooms. So if you look at the bottom right of your screen, there should be a join breakout room. This is your opportunity to meet other people, brag about your work, and review takeaway. Oh yeah, so what we were talking about, the diving was aside. It's more that I needed a change of scenery to be able to work, and it so happened that one of my dearest friends was having a birthday getaway.
Oh, that's right. I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, and really mental health issue. It's just all the dark and cold and 1,000 things I need to do has been really getting to me.
Yeah, I hear you.
So
Sorry to hear that though.
yeah, so I actually got a lot of writing done.
That's great.
Yeah, I found this little tea garden run by a Irish expat, and when she found out I was trying to, why I was there with the writing stuff as well, she let me in the garden before they opened and just camp out there and got a lot of writing done.
That sounds really cool.
Mm,
Probably a beautiful space.
yeah. It's in that whole self-employed thing, it's just getting buried in all the things.
Yeah.
And I was hitting a stuck place with writing my next rope book, hitting that, and it happens from time to time of what's even relevant about what I'm teaching, because there's so much rope bondage out there, seems to be like styled for Instagram or FetLife, and I don't teach that.
Yeah.
I'm teaching how to play. And so I get to a point of, is anyone gonna care? I care, but so what?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. I mean,
Uh,
even doing like rope bondage for people who like to play or people who are more playful with it, right? Like having
Yeah.
it niche down to where it's not like a specific technique or, for a specific, yeah.
So I hit that point. I just didn't know. I'd been working on chapters that it's been being released right now through Twisted Monk. So I turned to the world, turned to my Patreon and the public saying what I'm going through and what, if you've taken classes with me, what stuck with you and what would you want me to teach other people?
Yeah, that's cool. That's great.
And yeah, so it turns out the next set of chapters are essentially going to come from myth busting and snarking.
That sounds amazing.
Mhm.
Two things that
Starting,
you're very good at.
yeah, starting with the Japanese rope bondage is a fine art form that takes years to master under the tutelage of a recognized rope master. I
Yeah,
took each of those little parts and tore it apart.
yeah, yeah. Good. Needed.
Apparently, writing from snark.
Yeah. Well, we're all a bunch of nerds, so it works. That'll be great. That'll be fun.
The chapters I've been testing out with on Monk's blog has been working.
Mhm.
I engineered that for accountability for myself. I approached them with, how do you feel about having an exclusive on my chapter drafts? No promise it's going to be the final form.
Yeah.
And monthly, so now I have to deliver.
Mhm.
Midori,
Yeah.
here is a reminder to talk to Heather about ASECT.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay, so who else going to ASECT?
I'll be there.
Okay.
Yeah. I think there's a couple people that are interested and probably coming.
Okay. I am attending. I don't think registration's open yet. I am, however, interested in sharing a room at the hotel or at least pitching in so I get like an armchair to put my crap on. The commute back and forth, and I don't want to miss out on this like hallway networking after hours thing. So
Totally.
I'd love to. And I didn't know, I've always gone to ASECT as a free range individual. I didn't know if there would be benefit, either fiscal or otherwise benefit for being under the Shaw umbrella.
Yeah, we would absolutely love to have you. We could promote Kick and promote the other programs. That'd be the other
Okay.
conferences. That'd be
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, it's a little intimidating, but also a little access challenging going as a solo, as a free range educator.
Probably so many people too, like this year, the first year in person.
Yeah.
We need to get you a shirt. What size would you want?
And if everybody can just be quiet for just like 10 seconds, because I have to broadcast a message to everybody and I can't mute and do that.
Oh,
Just letting everyone know this is your 1 minute warning before we close the rooms. I don't know.
I didn't know you could do an audio message versus just
Wow.
It's
typing.
new. It says to hold down broadcast. I don't know if it actually worked.
You could probably broadcast it in the typed in the chat too, I think.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the close all rooms and
Yeah.
give them 60 seconds.
Yeah.
So they'll get that. So they'll be people will start coming in again, is what I'm telling you.
Midori, if I do have a room at the hotel, like absolutely, like please feel free.
Okay, great. It just makes it so much easier because I want to network over morning coffee and
Oh, for
late
sure.
night.
Yeah,
And
no, like I hope to hang out with you all days, all times.
I got accepted for the pre-con virtual presentation.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Once we get everyone back, then I will throw you into new rooms.
hope you all met some like neat new people. You know, even people who aren't in your immediate industry or population make for some really good connections. And for those of you who are therapists, I'm often asked about therapists in different regions. So, ooh, an echo,
Someone got their mic open?
echo, echo, echo. Oh, better now. I think most people are back. I see.
Okay, here we go again.
So in the chat, Darren has a good question, which I have answers to, but I'd love to, when we're all back, and time permitting, I would like to toss that to the group and have the group share, because I know why I think it's important, but the insights from the room I think will be good.
And Ruth is here.
Shaw Lee, if you could like just cut and save that for the burning questions part.
I got it.
Thank you. So I don't have to hold on to it in my head. And I see a very sexy human in the room now.
Yep. Yep. Just let them in. Hello.
Hello, how's
Hola.
everybody?
Hello.
So happy to have you here.
I'm so glad to be here. I had a frightening moment where, so I'm at a B&B right now. Is it okay if I show you the view out the window? It's
Oh,
gorgeous.
please,
Yeah.
please, please.
I try to see my dad each month. He's in Michigan and I'm in Ontario, and that's going to give you a lot of glare. We're right on the Great Lakes, so they're frozen out there. And
Wow.
so there's a tree. They're so beautiful. So yep, that's where I am today.
That was beautiful. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ruthie. I don't know if you've met our Shaw admin, Jen and Lee, but wanted to introduce them to you. My name's Heather.
Hey, it's great to meet you all face to face. Thank you so much.
We have met, but you probably don't remember. It was the first or second year of Sex Down South, and you were
Okay.
doing
Okay.
workshop, and it was definitely something about like humiliation or something, and I thought you were badass.
Thank you. Thanks. I
Oh,
appreciate that.
to catch you up on what's happening right now, people are in breakout rooms as an opportunity to network, because we don't get that in Zoom events. So they're sharing name and the population they work with, any sort of bragging they want to do, and a takeaway from our day so far. And so far, we've covered, let's see, some of the CE policies. And I went over my appetite grid and my action-based definitions, appetite definitions. And Lee Harrington did an amazing conversation around kink and spirituality.
Awesome.
And now we're having networking. Little heads up to tomorrow. I'm excited about John Pendle is going to be talking about kink and neurodiversity.
Awesome.
And Sunny Megatron is going to be talking about media literacy and marketing to kinky people.
Very nice. What a good bunch of topics and people.
Did no one join your room? Do you want to go to a different room?
Either way.
I can send you someplace else.
Okay.
Away you go.
It looks like room three is a smaller one.
Okay. There you go.
Bye, Crystal.
So that's general. And tomorrow I'm also going to be I will be going over some different styles of negotiation and going deeper into like mine. I'll talk about microcycle of consent. And then there's a whole lot of burning questions kind of stuff. we have you here for 2 hours, correct?
Yep, 2 hours.
And-
I'm just going to practice sharing my screen really quick just
Sure.
to make sure that there are no issues. I would assume there wouldn't be, but
Oh, nice.
there we are. I'm just going to resize this a little so the cameras aren't blocking part of it. Yeah, I get really excited on Canva.
Oh, is this in Canva?
Yeah, I save it as a PDF just to ensure that the formatting is going to be solid, no matter the
Yeah.
resizing of stuff. And that way I don't have to worry about permissions for any of the graphics. And
So
they
was
have all these kinky graphics in there. There's some, yeah, there's some other ones.
I've noticed it's gotten better, and the interesting part is obviously somebody's creating content and selling it. So like, huh.
Yeah, yeah. The body diversity around searches for kink, BDSM, stuff like that on their images is not great. There is some, but I would love to see more. But I often don't include the images of people in my slides unless there's a specific purpose for that anyway. So
Yeah, I will in Canva also focus on like the toys, or there's some good cartoon ones.
yes,
I like the cartoon ones.
yeah, I just love that the templates are so much better than my own attempts to make my screen look organized and professional. So
Honestly, it's just so much easier to approach than PowerPoint, which just
yeah, I always struggled very much with PowerPoint. I don't know exactly what's different about Canva, but it works better for me, so I'll pay for it. Yep. Awesome. So I have mine set up with places for folks to interact using the chat window.
Okay.
And I'm happy to keep track of that as I go. People can also use the little emojis, thumbs up and thumbs down, but I do ask people to just kind of list ideas or thoughts throughout. So I'm excited for that. Do we have an idea of about how many people are in the room each time?
We have, oh, hold on now. We have 102 participants live.
Perfect. Love it. Love it. Yeah. So, and those those chat interactions are as much for folks to like see each other's ideas and concepts as they are about having to have them all read out loud. So I usually read a few and do themes, and then I tell folks absolutely submit questions, but if they send it to me privately, it shows up in red, so I'm a lot more likely to pick that out of the flow. And I'm always happy for that stuff too. Yeah.
You'll find our students are very talkative in chat.
Yes, I love it. I love it. And I always tell folks, like, you can be having conversations, like hopefully have some sort of relevance to the
Right.
topic, but like you can have your own discussion happening at the same time in the chat window. That's great. Yes.
Ruthie, I have your official bio.
Mhm.
Do you want me to read the official bio?
Sure,
Or
if you want to. It's quite long. It's up to you if you want to summarize it. I also have a few slides in. I have just like a little about me section of just like some stuff that's relevant to this topic. So it's
Okay.
also fine to skip whatever feels like it fits where you're at and where everybody else is at the time is great. And there's no need for anyone to worry about pronouncing my last name. It's not an accessible last name. So
New Stifter.
you got it.
Neustifter. Is it?
They're both right. Neustifter is the German pronunciation. We usually end up using Neustifter because that's just what generationally what everybody learned to do over time.
Well, I love that you put the pronunciation in your bio.
Yeah, a little bit of experience with that. Yep.
I'm honestly gonna have to start doing it because people butcher my last name all the time, and it makes no sense to me why they do, because it's Rahner.
What are the
Yeah.
variations?
It's Ronner, like, and I always tell people it's like rah,
Mhm.
RAH is like rah. But I get Rainier. I've gotten Reiner. It's like,
Yeah. I have taken up the practice with students, at least in smaller groups and other situations, of just never saying people's names and asking them to say their own or teach me how to say them, even with ones that I feel like I should know. And sometimes I don't. Sometimes it looks like a Megan, but it's a Megan or a Megan. or whatever, and have a more than a touch of the dyslexia. So I, won't necessarily see the right letters there anyway.
Yep.
But yeah, I've run into too many situations where I was like, oh, I think my inability to pronounce names outside of like a certain set of traditional white names is getting me in trouble. And so now I just ask for everybody.
I do something similar, and I also have to include a pronunciation with my name a lot, especially in this professional space, which is often shared with David Lay. So a lot of people just assume that my name is Lay, but it's Lee. I just spell it wrong.
You spell it right for you.
Exactly. People get really confused, but then I tell them it's the second half of Wesley, and then they're like, "Oh,
Okay, yeah,
that makes sense," right? But yeah, it's Lee.
Except today we had to do Shaw Lee and presenter
And
Lee.
presenter Lee, yes.
Mhm.
Well, I will gladly be Shaw Lee for the day.
That's a good name too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're just gonna call you Shali. Shali.
Do it.
Yeah, it looks like we got about 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. Should I stop the screen share or just leave this here because that's going to be the next topic anyway?
I'm fine with you leaving it there. Midori's going to fangirl introduce you.
Should I go ahead and spotlight you both? I can do
Yeah,
that.
you can do that.
Yeah, as you like. I sometimes turn off my camera while I'm lecturing just because I've had some folks tell me that it is more neuro accessible because there's less distraction. They don't feel like an obligation to be looking at my face as though we were in person. And so it's easier for them to look at slides. There's also folks who like the lip reading and things. So I don't, whatever, I just kind of roll with it. Let me turn on my captions and it'll be funny to see what kind of transcription it comes up with for some of these words.
So it looks like I can only spotlight one person at a time.
I can do it.
You can do it.
Yeah.
You have the spotlight superpower.
I guess I think it's like maybe it's main host that has spotlight superpower.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it didn't give me the option to add spotlight. It just gave me the option to change it.
There we go.
Cool. Thanks, Jen.
And let me close them out. They should be coming back within the minute.
And Midori, feel free to shorten it as much as you like to, if you decide to do the intro. So that was a full thing that people could cut from if they wanted.
Yeah. What part is most important to you?
I think probably that I work in a variety of contexts, like university context, but also play events and play parties, and also with individual folks and, at different kinds of events. So I think kind of the meeting people where they're at theme is probably the most important to me. It might be important to attendees.
You are welcome to anything that is in there.
That they know that there's a therapy background and a research background, as well as an experiential background. That's great.
Okay, everyone should be back.
Welcome back. I hope you had some good networking and meeting some amazing people and bragging about yourself. I think bragging about ourselves, some of us need more practice, that's a good thing. I want to introduce an amazing human being, somebody I'm delighted to call a friend, and it's always nice to break bread and have a drink with you because the conversation's so great. So Dr. Ruthie, or I'm going to attempt to pronounce your last name correctly, Ruth Stifter. They spelled it out, which is great. Pronoun, they, them, openly sex and gender queer, polyamorous, kink affirming, and helplessly nerdy. It's a nerd fest here. Advocate for pleasure and intimacy. They strive to base their work on in anti-oppressive, decolonized, and trauma-informed approaches, and are dedicated to continuing growth and accountability as anti-racist white person. They are a practicing therapist and sexuality educator, as well as faculty member at the University of Guelph, which I'm pretty impressed with the University of Guelph. On campus, they serve as co-lead of the Sexual and Gender Diversity Lab Cluster and Anti-Oppression Rainbow Lab, former co-chair of the Guelph Sexuality Conference and editorial collective member for the Open Access Journal Participator. Off campus, they are an anti-oppression trainer for the Rainbow Diversity Institute, board president for HIV/AIDS Resources Community Health, relationship advice columnist for Exhibitionist magazine, and co-author of numerous mainstream and academic publications. Their outreach and qualitative research has most recently included topics such as trans and genderqueer experiences of microaggression in healthcare. That is really a thing, okay, y'all? Intimate relationship of adult learners, experiences of queerness on campus, defining sex, gender, and kink outness, BIPOC definitions of outness, non-physical aspect of dating, dating violence, and text-based sex education, and BDSM and body image. So creative, applied, and accessible dissemination of data-driven findings are a major component of their effort. Ruthie strives to meet potential knowledge users where they are at, including at sex parties and orgies, BDSM spaces, such as dungeons, sex toy stores, kink events, as well as churches, homeless shelters, health center, university, and more. Ties in really well with the kink and spirituality there. They are actively engaged with ongoing learning and work around anti-oppressive practice and continue to strive to decolonize their work in all areas. When they aren't doing that long list of things, that was long. They can be found snuggling their pets, going to adventures with their polycule and other queer fam, buried in books, or making very queer creations as their art behind Moon and Flame, and art making with Ruthie is a ton of fun. Ruthie would like to remind you that they love you very much and don't need to have met you yet to know that. They're grateful that you exist and hope that you continue to keep doing that. Ruthie, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being logged in for this and for listening to that introduction. And I'm excited to be here talking to you about kink and trauma. And do want to extend the invitation that pretty much all of the workshops that I have online are available sliding scale down to free. And I always encourage students, sex workers, anyone who's people of the global majority, aka BIPOC, to just use the free coupon for everything. So if there's more that you want to hear about stuff, I so appreciate the work that all of you are doing around learning and outreach in your various places and positions and communities. And if you're a student or in any of those groups, like, come by and get some free learnings too. All right, so let's get started. I always like to start with just kind of some examples of what to expect to learn about during, in this case, the next 2 hours. So there's lots of different situations where both kink and trauma could come up, or we're not sure if it's there. But our senses are kind of like, there's something that isn't making sense, or I know exactly what isn't sitting really well for me as a professional. And some real life examples of nature that I come across really frequently in my different work. Either these are my clients, they're people at workshops I'm doing, or I have professionals consulting with me about these kinds of situations. It can include things like someone with a history of sexual assault discloses that they're ashamed of having a lot of desire towards what they call violent porn and violent fantasies. And it could be that their history of sexual assault is as a victim. It could be somebody who is working to make sure that they don't assault people again in the future. It could be some of each. And they could be desiring porn that shows more of the topping type stuff or more of the bottoming type stuff. It can go in all kinds of directions. I have consulted around co-parents who are suddenly facing a child protection report from the school based on it getting in the local news that there was a police raid of a dungeon party that they hosted or that they attended. And the school is worried whether that's a healthy environment to have children at, just based on that news report. You know, no kids at the party whatsoever or anything like that. A client's spouse threatens to divorce them after finding out that they pay a sex worker to put them in adult diapers and mock them, or threatens divorce after discovering that their partner is, once again enjoying and collecting clothes and accessories from the gender that, the relationship doesn't think of them as, and has been, hiding that or borrowing their things. Have consulted with health professionals around how often they may be seeing patients come in who are seeking an Mpox, used to be called monkeypox vaccination, or STI test, but those clients or patients don't seem to fit the criteria that are there around suggesting whether they actually need STI tests or pox vaccinations or anything else. And so the question is, this person is straight, cisgender, monogamously married. So why are they worried about these things, and how do we handle that conversation? And there might be concerns that there's unconsensual sex happening, or human trafficking, or that somebody is cheating or abusing their partner. A patient insists that this constant bruising and multiple stages of healing on different parts of their body is from sports or from other sort of activity, and that health professional knows that that doesn't match the bruises that they're seeing, or the person can't really give any details about the sports that they play that would be causing this, or they seem kind of guarded about that information. So then there's worry. Is there trauma? Is there abuse? What do we do about this? And all of these questions kind of come down to, how can we assess for and discuss trauma, harm, and abuse without automatically stigmatizing kink? And how can we ask and talk about whether kink is serving a healthy purpose in someone's life, or if it's a source of increasing harm and trauma? So, and that might be because of trauma from outside that kink situation or inside that kink situation for either of these questions. And really, probably what it boils down to in a lot of these situations, but not all of them, is, what if someone is into a kink that I, as a professional, find so extremely distressing or distasteful that I cannot possibly imagine how it would be healthy or okay for anybody, or anybody in this particular client's situation. And that may be stuff that we haven't heard of before, stuff that we have heard of before. It may be because of our professional training being really focused around what health looks like for individuals, mental, physical, and also for relationships and communities, mental, physical, spiritual, whatever level that we look at health on. And that there just seems to be a big conflict between what we've learned is okay and what's not. If we've learned a lot about assertiveness and trying to, help certain genders be more assertive, but those, some of those members of that gender are showing up and they're really liking the opposite, or they're engaging in the opposite. Is there a way to reconcile those things with our professional training? And our training often lets us down in these areas. In my case, my professional background training is sometimes a good match for these topics. And oftentimes I've had to do a lot of heavy duty unlearning about how to match up the things I and the people I know experientially know to be potentially happy and healthy with things that my training either omits or just absolutely assumes are indicators of disaster and unhealth. So to tell you just a little bit about me and where I come from, I have lots of different roles. And one way to look at that is the different kinds of names and titles that people often call me. So most people call me Ruthie. It's totally fine to call me that. Pronouns are they and them. Sometimes I'm referred to as that other Dr. Ruth or that other Dr. Ruthie. And I often tell folks, like, I got a few decades before I get to that place, if I ever do. And I'm pretty sure that the Dr. Ruth is like premium ticket expensive to hear talk. I'm pretty awesome, but I don't have a background as a professionally trained sniper or any of that cool stuff. A lot of my students call me Dr. N. That's fine to call me if people are more comfortable with that sort of honorific, or Dr. Newstifter if it's fancy times, or if I'm like advocating for somebody and I need them to know that Dr. Newstifter is talking now. I also am not just somebody who researches and does work in kink circles, but I live and socialize in kink circles as well as many other circles too. So some of my partners and folks call me sir. There's a very small group of people who get the honor and privilege of calling me daddy. And those are all parts of my life too. So I'll be speaking to you from a place of research knowledge and background, a place of working with just thousands and thousands of different people over the years, between individual clients, students, workshop groups, all sorts of things like that. But also talking as somebody who lives and navigates in these circles and has the experience of my particular demographics within them, which include being sex queer, gender queer, openly non-monogamous, including polyamory and just general awesome sluttiness. As being someone who's in my mid-40s, who's a tenured professor, who can uniquely afford to be out, in parts because I moved my ass to Canada, where there's a little bit of difference on things, and also because I very carefully navigated things such that my areas of study are also overlapping areas in which I socialize, and moving my job into those spaces where there's expected to be some life experience. And so I get to be out in ways that are unusual, but also because I made a decision that I would rather people know ahead of time instead of living worrying about what will happen when people find out. And at the time I made that professional decision, I had no idea if I would actually be able to navigate that in a larger professional sustainable way, or if that would just be the end of my employability. And that was a stressful time. It ended up working out, but I'll tell you, it doesn't for most people. So the fact that I can speak openly and confidently with lower risk about this is not representative of 99.99, I'm making up the statistic, but I feel pretty good about it, percent of people out there. And I also want to remind people that it's okay to ask me a lot of nosy questions, because I'm here in a role as an educator for me. But the nosy questions, or just wanting to seek education from somebody who occupies an underserved or stigmatized place, is only appropriate in these kind of settings. So if you run into me elsewhere, or you run into somebody else who's kinky, unless you're hiring them as a consultant, make sure it's mutually beneficial around these kind of things. All right, and nobody gets permission to call me daddy without mutual consent. So what does this equate to? I'm an associate professor, tenured. I, train faculty, I train students, you name it. I'm a registered psychotherapist in the province of Ontario, and also a credentialed supervisor of psychotherapy. That means I train students and early career professionals. I have a great deal of training and experience working in intimate partner violence and sexual assault, primarily with survivors, also with communities, occasionally with people who are working to change their own relationship to violence, people who have been violent but never wanted to be, and are trying to learn a life that really hasn't been represented to them very well before. But I tend to work less often with people who are always or predominantly, if they're going to be on either side, in the side of committing the violence, not as often. I'm more on the survivors and victims side of things with services. I'm a pleasure educator and coach. I'm a spouse, I'm a partner to multiple people. I'm a sweetie to some people. I'm also a big, mean, wonderful monster and consensual sadist to people. And I love being a sexual explorer. There's lots of ways to explore the world and explore people. And some of them don't necessarily require clothing, or require very unusual clothing. So I want to ask all of you to chime in on chat. And I'll tell you, I love it when people use the chat window. I've been teaching online for, I don't know, 15 years now or something like that, more than that. And so I'm very comfortable with the chat window and kind of moving back and forth. You're welcome to have chat conversations with each other. And if you have a question specific to me, if the chat window is really hopping or it doesn't seem like I saw it, send it to me privately. It shows up in red, so I'm more likely to see it. Also, anything that's sent privately, I won't read the name of who's doing it. And I see a question there that I'll get to, no worries. But I would love if folks would just write down, what do you think it means to be a sex and kink And I separate them because kink doesn't always involve sex. So I'm kind of talking about kinky sex or kink. To be a kinky sex or just sex and kink affirming professional. How would you define that? What does that mean? Go for it. Put your thoughts in chat. If typing in the chat window is not accessible to you today or ever, you're welcome to come in on the microphone for that, but please leave the microphone for folks who typing isn't going to work for them right now, either because of the device they're on or just the kind of day or life it is. I'll give you all a moment to type your thoughts in here. Such amazing answers coming up in here. And a question was asked earlier, if anyone knows a good supervisor for those that work often with folks on the SO registry. I'm assuming that means sex offender registry. I would just say, if you could just give us some more details about the question for what kind of profession. Is there a specific mental health fields or other type of field that you're looking for supervision in, or someone is looking for supervision in? And is it specific to a state, province, or country that person needs to be certified in some way to be a supervisor with that? And then we can all brainstorm together. All right, so I'm probably not going to get to all of them, but here's some things that people have typed. I know for some folks having a chat window open is distracting, so I try to share big themes, or if you're on a phone, you have to move back and forth. So knowing your stuff and be destigmatizing, able to examine and work through our own biases and judgments that come up, inclusive and non-judgmental, non-pathologizing, non-problematizing, to be curious and unassuming. I think it's about releasing judgment and allowing a neutral approach to people's pleasure and desires, and finding ways to help them experience their pleasure in the most ethical and fulfilling ways. A safe space, open and non-judgmental. A professional who's non-judgmental and makes space for the client to be seen with their desires. Someone who's curious and non-judgmental, aware, knowledge and empathetic curiosity. Oh, there's so many good ones. I'll come back and keep reading more of them as we go. Compassionate and affirming, creating safe space to ask, learn, and explore, explicitly welcoming diversity of sexual identities, preferences, and experiences. Requoting from earlier, but to be curious, not judgmental, while also being educated. I love it. Y'all are people that I love spending time with already, I can tell. I did not come up with the next definition. It's just something I've heard used a lot for just general sex positivity. So I don't know where it originates from or if these were the exact words, but I see it as sex and kink affirming professionals are folks who recognize sex and kink as a potential source of health and healing. Super simple and to the point. And all of your definitions, 100%, I co-sign every single one I've seen of them so far. So they don't need to be as succinct as this, but I find that for folks who are intimidated around working with sex and kink, or kinky sex, or sexless kink, or I don't know, in my case, maybe kinkless sex, and that's intimidating for folks, then that the notion of seeing it as a potential source of health and healing is like, oh, cool. I'm not obligated to memorize a whole bunch of words that are always changing, that are different regionally, culturally, historically. I don't have to know everything about everything to do work in this area. I can just start with saying, okay, instead of pathologizing, which is seeing something as a potential source of unwellness and harm, I'm seeing it as a potential source of health and healing. Can we see things as both? Pretty much, I would say almost everything can potentially be both, right? I would be hard pressed to find something that is a universal good or a universal bad. I'm sure they're out there, but I would be hard pressed. Context and other things make such a difference around it all. It's just being open to seeing it that way. For folks who might be familiar with it, this is using concepts from strengths-based approach or positive psychology. Lots of different fields have ways of saying, you know what, I am going to look at this life experience, this phenomena, this whatever, as something that has the potential for health and healing. Does that mean we have to seize that potential? Does it mean that it's the only thing that has that potential? Does it mean that everything in that category is health and healing oriented? No, 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 and no. It just means it's that option, and we don't necessarily jump to the option of it creating harm before we jump to the possibility that it could be a potential source of health and healing. We want to balance those things. And sometimes we want to weigh a little more towards the positive side, depending on the situation, because the rest of the world tends to go towards the negative side. So for example, when I'm talking about pronouns with folks, I tend to want to move more towards the like disclosing pronouns and everybody being open about pronouns and all of that, because there's so much pressure towards the opposite. That doesn't mean that everybody uses pronouns at all. That doesn't mean that every situation is one in which pronouns are even relevant. But sometimes we want to create counterbalance. And so bringing strength and positivity and non-pathologizing, affirming perspectives can be important to represent more directly, or else the assumption will be that we don't occupy that space as professionals. It is safer to assume risk than to assume a safe context, especially for people who are targeted in whatever ways, their own identity demographics across the board, right? And so we may have to be more direct, that we're not coming at this from a pathologizing place, and that as accurately as possible convey the safety that we bring, even if we don't know everything about everything. So it's hard to recognize something as a potential source of health and healing when we haven't been trained or haven't otherwise learned how to distinguish between healthy and unhealthy of stuff. And so that's what we're going to do in the next hour and a half or a little more around trauma and kink and kinky sex and sexy kink. We recognize sex and kink as a potential source of health and healing, even when we aren't into it, even when somebody is bringing up something that isn't our thing and we can't understand what is attractive about it. And remember, kink doesn't have to be sexually attractive to people. It can be attractive and motivating to people for lots of different reasons. And so you might be thinking, well, I don't know how that individual can find that sexy at all. Well, maybe they do and maybe they don't. There's lots of motivations for desire, and carnality is only one of them. Also, sometimes we're really, really into a thing, and we might be having our awakening as the client mentions it to us. Like, I had never considered that. And oh no, now that I'm considering it, I think I'm having an awakening. Or maybe we already knew that about ourselves and we have some sense of shame about it. Or maybe we don't realize that our very strong feelings about something, our very strong negative feelings about something, are actually because, we're a bit preoccupied with the idea, but we're not at peace with that. So even when we aren't into it, and also even if we really, really are into it. And yes, the opposite of this is also true. We also want to not automatically assume it's healthy just because we aren't into something, but that tends to be less of a problem. I would like to encourage people to think of kink and kinky sex as play for grownups. And I'm encouraging this from my PhD in child and family development background. I am encouraging this from a professional stance, both as a psychotherapist and also as a researcher and expert about interpersonal and individual development within social settings. So when we talk about play, it's a really specific word. So there's a lot of words out there that get used casually, but then there's like a field of professionals where it's a specific word, like the word leisure. There's a whole field called leisure studies that looks at things including, sleep health and the creation of phenomenal works of art and poetry, and what humans need to balance work and open unstructured space in order to live our fullest humanity, selves and lives and things. And so play is one of those words too. There are entire fields dedicated to play and to subtypes of play, like humor and laughter, have huge fields about how, for example, racism is perpetrated or resisted just through humor. Play has fields about what it means developmentally. What are the purposes? What does it mean when a kid doesn't play or only plays in certain ways or doesn't play like other kids their age do? All sorts of stuff like that. And so from that more sciencey, nerdy perspective, I encourage us to think of kink and sex as play for grown-ups. Is that the only purpose it serves? No, I would be such a doof if I ever said anything is the only purpose that something serves. But it can be really important. And one of the biggest things I see in my work around sex, pleasure, kink, relationships, everything is people feel like they have to put play aside, put play away. We have grown up to a certain extent. Sex is serious business, religious business, secret business, shameful business, public business, money-making business, all kinds of things. And therefore mutually exclusive from the notion of play. I hit a certain age, life got hard, and I don't play anymore. And when we do play, it's like sports, like something structured, socially acceptable, predetermined, that is like socially approved for grownups to be doing. Or maybe compulsory even feeling for grownups to be doing. I'm talking about play in the free spirit, whimsical kind of way. And that doesn't mean we don't have responsibilities. Toddlers who sit next to each other should not be picking up their giant Duplo blocks and slamming each other in the head with it, right? There's responsibility and there's concepts around it that are important. It's not just free for all. So some concepts of play from the study of children is that play can be interactive and it can be parallel. Interactive play is when we engage with one or more beings around us, and parallel play is when we like to do something next to somebody, but we don't necessarily want to engage with them. So for instance, video games are a great example of both interactive play and parallel play, but also solo play, which isn't listed on here because people tend to think of that right away. Enjoying exploring imaginative personalities, beings, situations, relationships, and worlds. And the concept of enjoying is important here, not just the concept of exploring, but imaginative stuff. What can we come up with? What if it's okay to be silly? What if it's okay to be weird or put together mismatched things seemingly? Structures for relational communication and skills building. Play for kids is very much about exploring and figuring out how to handle stuff in the world. Even a play that's very fantastical is still bringing skills of interpersonal negotiation, of what can we try and what can't, if this, then that, what do I like, who am I, where do I want to settle? Opportunities to affirm and increase a sense of identity while allowing fluidity. In other words, we're not locked into something. We can affirm our identity without being locked into it. If we play house and I am always the dog, but tomorrow I want to be the neighbor, we have the opportunity to do that as children. There's fluidity, but also I can be learning that I really like being the dog and I don't really like being the neighbor. Sources of joy, leisure, adventure, ability to experience fascination and wonder without judgment or unnecessary restrictions. I would also like to say that, you know what, I'm realizing as I say this, I should have put a slide in here for play as important decolonizing. And I have huge workshops and things I do about decolonizing. I'm going to give a very short context so you understand what I mean by the term decolonizing. This is controversial, but I don't understand why it is. I mean, I know, but I don't understand. Which is, so the notion of colonizing, one way to put it into a nutshell is colonizing colonial thinking. If we look back to the history of white Europeans, specific white Europeans, expanding for land and other resources, including other humans, in order to take over a place, a set of resources, eradicate a people, convert a people that aren't like you, in order to feel okay about doing that, you have to convince yourself and the other people like you that you are inherently superior and you get to have the things you want, and the other people are inherently inferior. And in order to make that really convincing enough to perpetrate huge atrocities and like not feel bad about it, in fact, feel good about it, you have to come up with a list of reasons and ways that you're automatically superior. And so in the white colonization that is still ongoing throughout the world, there's just kind of this list of qualities that become like very textbook as being elite or evidence of health or, further like evolution or whatever kind of creepy stuff is coming up. That includes there only being two genders and those genders being polar opposites from each other. Men are big and burly and strong and like kind of stupid, but really competent. And women are soft and don't take up space and do things from the heart and shouldn't be in leadership positions and sorts of stuff like that. And women don't have body hair and men do, and all these things. And therefore, any culture that has more than two genders or hasn't even really cared about the concept of gender differentiation beyond uplifting certain things as sacred, like having access to experiences of multiple genders and things like that, all those folks are going to be like inferior and not quite human. And so we come up with this list of things, and boom, sexism and transphobia are now supports for white supremacy. And we can have ableism, ageism, all kinds of different things that become supports for white supremacy. And that also means that in order to be not in a group that's eradicated, if you want access to power, then maybe you are in a group that is subjugated, but you want to elevate power-wise, you might internalize some of this stuff and seek to assimilate with it. So that means that white supremacy creates international violence, including in places where white people aren't at the time. And so it creates this kind of global standards of who gets to be elite, who's a real human, who's a more evolved human. Thank you. And it's really important for white people to be holding accountability, especially with other white people around this, and to speak very openly about things as being supports for white supremacy, because it makes white people very violent and uncomfortable to hear that. And as a white person, I have plenty to lose and actually have lost jobs and family over this, but I will never have the same level of risk as if I didn't have white privilege. So if you are interested in learning more about this, I encourage you to seek the wisdom of the people who really know, which is not going to be white people. And also, if you are a white person, to be really engaging in that duty to know and to speak up, because yes, it's hard, but it's nowhere near as hard. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I'm more than happy to talk about this in other spaces as well. And tons of, I don't want to just spend the whole workshop on it, but I do, but I won't. So play is also a huge resistance of white supremacy for people of all ethnicities and races. And that's because play includes things like freedom and authenticity and exploration, and is not created for capitalist productivity, and does not need to be limited by huge amounts of rules. And in spite of the toy industry, like, doesn't need to have specific like gear and stuff in order to engage in play. There's certain kinds of play that, of course, like can benefit from things, from stuff and things, but you don't have to buy things to play. But you can also have fun buying things to play if you want to, as someone who has like way too much gear. But you can also buy them from artists, boom, boom. So play is also a really important aspect of that, which means that the freedom to engage in kink and sex and kinky sex is one of many options, not just for health and healing, but for decolonization as well. It doesn't mean we're obligated to kink, but it does mean that we can see it and cherish it that way. And the more aware of it we are, the better. When I do kissing workshops, especially for all queer groups, I try to put in a lot about like the learning of consent is an important part of decolonization and anti-racism practice for all humans. Okay, so I'm about to show you a little bit of humor, like nerd humor, and I want to be clear that nothing you're about to read is me trying to say that I'm eroticizing children in the adult gaze. Nor to make sexual development the sole point of children's play, since I'm going to talk about play and play therapy in a second. Kids absolutely utilize play to assist with all kinds of identity and interpersonal development type stuff. Healthy, age-appropriate sexual development is like incorporated with play for children. That doesn't mean kids want to be sexual with adults. It never does. Even if they're flirting with adults as part of their play and development, that should be a healthy, safe thing that adults know the difference between that, right? That's our job as adults. Adult erotic and kink play is not the same and should not be the same as sexual development of children. Okay, so I Googled some stuff like the purpose of play, and I just had a lot of fun with these slides. So I Googled what's the purpose of play in childhood? And here's one of the things that came up. I'm going to read all this aloud, so don't worry if it's small on your screen. Play allows a child to learn the skills of negotiation, problem solving, sharing, and working with groups. Children practice decision-making skills, move at their own pace, and discover their own interests during play. Unstructured play may lead to more physical movement and healthier children. So I thought, yes, if kink is play, then why can't we just change the words a little? So what's the purpose of sex and kink in adulthood? Yeah, sounds like a great skill set for kinky person, folks are saying in chat. So yeah, exactly. Kink and sex allows an adult to learn the skills of negotiation, problem solving, sharing, and working within groups. Adults practice decision-making skills, moving at their own pace, and discover their own interests during play and kink play. Unstructured play and kink within a mutually consensual, risk-aware, exploratory context may lead to more physical and emotional connection through intimacy and healthier individuals as well as relationships, right? Yeah, tell people kink is exercise and our entire culture would eat it up like pole dancing. I do believe there are professionals out there who teach like aerobics through whip practice and wielding and things like that too. So it's out there. Here's a little screen cap from some place called the Children's Museum of Low Country. And, they talk about all these different links on their website for different kinds of articles and blog entries about the importance of children's play. So I rewrote a bunch of them over to what if this existed for the Adults Museum of the Getting Low Country. So research shows that unstructured self-directed kink is essential for some adults, both at home and in safe, supportive environments. What about workshops and blog entries like Risky Play, Why Adults Love It and Need It? Tinkerers Unite, Building Gear in Your Garage, 10 Ways to Encourage Adults to Enjoy Lovemaking. Talking about practice, adventure play, developing a culture of learning to navigate risky play for navigating other life risks. For those who like to be told or tell others that they're a good boy or girl, we could have good boy, good girl alternatives, perhaps degendered. Kindness counts before, during, and after kink. 5 ways that kink helps adults tolerate their jobs. Active kink experiences help adults develop physical literacy. Old-fashioned kink builds serious communication skills and self-awareness. Engaging adults in outdoor kink, benefits of kink with kink groups. It's capitalized because it was in the original. So I just took all of their existing things and was like, hey, like these would actually work really well as we go across there. The feeder kid to Kinkster pipeline. Yeah, people are identifying with that. Thank you for catching my humor about Getting Low Country. That's where I'm going to move next. Here is a journal article. This is real. The importance of play in promoting healthy child development and maintaining strong parent-child bonds. Well, we could take a lot of the wording here and just change it into the satire piece. The importance of kink in promoting healthy adult and development promoting healthy adult development and maintaining strong relationship bonds. So this is I pasted my own writing. This is no longer from the Journal of Pediatrics. Okay. Kink can be essential to so all of this just said play before. Kink can be essential to development because it contributes to the cognitive, physical, social, emotional, interpersonal, relational, and self-awareness well-being of adults individually and in relationships. Kink also offers an ideal opportunity for adults to engage fully with each other. Despite the benefits derived from kink for adults, both parents and adults not raising children, to engage with each other, time for kink and sex has been markedly reduced for some adults. This satirical abstract addresses a variety of factors that have reduced kink time and opportunities, including a hurried lifestyle, changes in social structures, and increased attention to work and compulsive erasure of authentic selves at the expense of vulnerable erotic intimacy or kink-centered time. This report offers guidelines on how professionals can advocate for kink by helping clients, communities, and health and healing professions consider how to best ensure that kink is protected as they seek the balance in adults' lives to create the optimal developmental milieu. And truly, it's almost the exact same words. And this, I think, is a lovely humorous indicator that kink and play, make a lot of sense as similarities at different developmental stages for the human lifespan. However, in spite of all my like rah kink, not all play is healthy for kids or for adults. Like I said, you know, we can learn a lot about what's going on for a kid by looking at how they play, including play that isn't going well, that isn't healthy, that is violent towards the self or violent towards another kid, especially in like non-consensual ways. It's one thing if you're learning what happens when you both jump off the platform together and somebody gets hurt versus running up and shoving on somebody off the platform to see what's happening to them. Right. So, play can be a way that we discover that there's things that could use some help in healing. Play can also be something that kids and adults engage in and are drawn to in ways that are harmful because of past other situations that are bad. People also use play to heal from past and other situations that are bad. So it can be a cause of issues. It can also be a place that we go to when we have issues to work out and we don't know how. And sometimes that works successfully and sometimes it actually makes things worse. So we can't take stuff for granted, even when we're thinking of it as a potential source of health and healing. The phenomena is potential for health and healing. So how do we tell the difference? Because it's not a guarantee. So looking at an earlier slide, we're now going to focus specifically on how can we assess for and discuss trauma, harm, and abuse without stigmatizing kink. So both of those things may be existing at the same time, but we don't need stigmatized kink in the process. We may find that kink in general isn't like a great thing for this person at this time. Maybe they need to focus like more internally on other things. And we may find that this particular way of doing kink or these particular people that do kink with are not great. But again, we can do that without stigmatizing all of kink or without stigmatizing having tried it, right? Or loved it or wanting to return to it once we've done some self-work, whatever. Yeah, absolutely. Just reading the chat. Thank you for such good reflective thoughts. Thank you for teaching me. And we'll get to the lower question after this one. So we're going to talk about assessing for trauma and abuse within interpersonal kink activities and relationships. So this, some of these questions could absolutely go towards folks who are doing solo kink or kink with beings not humans. That could be like robots or cybersexuality or you and your shoe collection or your sex doll collection. So some of it will go there, but a lot of this is kind of interpersonal in nature. So how do we know if kink activities and partners are causing trauma and or are abusive? And why are trauma and abuse not the same thing? Trauma can happen in a lot of different ways. Abuse is sometimes defined as an imbalance of power and control for the goal and purpose of the abuser having more power and control and manipulating the situation, having undue influence in it. And so there isn't always someone who's like perpetrating in order for there to be trauma. Sometimes trauma happens kind of innocently or unknowingly. So I pulled out a list of warning signs of an abusive relationship from CanadianWomen.org. Most of the time, these assessments are very gender focused, and there are good reasons for that, and there are problematic reasons for that. And it certainly is not limited to any particular gender direction. But if we look at gendered violence as a way of upholding white supremacy ideals, then we can expand our notion to all genders being able to be violent against each other, and also recognize that in a social context, which we all are in, even if we are very locked down in the pandemic or something like that, we're still in and of the world. There are a lot of gender-specific implications for all genders of people who enact violence and receive violence on each other, and they differ from gender to gender. So you know, a cis person enacting violence on a trans person, you know, it can be specific to masculinities and femininities, but also the cis person is going to enjoy a lot more access to resources, support, income, all sorts of stuff. So there are gender specific things there, even though we may not be talking specifically about a cis het, you know, married couple kind of situation or dating couple. So it is important to consider gender. And because we live in a context where non-cis masculinity, so femininity and all kind of gender and agender presentations that don't match with mainstream compulsory toxic masculinity of cis men, kind of all of those other genders are at higher risk of certain things. And compulsory masculinity also creates risk, both of committing violence, but also of receiving violence. You can leverage compulsive toxic masculinity to be very abusive of straight, cis, white men. Simply things like, you don't want me to tell your bros you're gay, do you? Whether you are or not, can be a sexual assault tactic of straight women against straight men. So things can go in all different directions, but these are some really common questions about stuff. I'm going to read, actually, I'm going to give you a chance to look at them. And I just cut and pasted from the site. Has your partner ever? And I do appreciate that these questions are not specific to gender. A lot of these things can be eroticized in a non-abuse context. So has your partner ever refused to let you leave the house? In a sexy role play, that can look like, I'm going to put a collar and a leash on you and tell you that you're not going out to the thing, that you're not going out for your hike this evening because, you know, you've been naughty and we planned a date night where this was going to happen and I'm not letting you out of the house, right? There can be eroticization of these in role play. There are also people where with some, but not all of these, it actually is part of the power dynamic that is mutually consensual. And that can feel very extreme to say, my partner actually does have say over when I do and don't leave the house. Is there any way in which that can be non-abusive? Yeah, and we're going to get into that. But for the majority of folks, these questions will probably be pretty accurate. Take a look at these. And what I'm interested in hearing from all of you in chat is, forgetting about kink, where this might be a role play or something like that, what are the main themes of an assessment list like this? And if someone like a client or a patient says yes to one or more of these examples, what kind of like bad dynamics are they likely experiencing? Gotcha. Lack of consent, power and control. You're doing great. List themes for me. Have at. Yes, this is absolutely like a textbook domestic violence assessment right here. Yep. You're all doing great. If you're typing, keep typing. If you got more, keep putting them there. Scroll through and look at each other's. The reason these assessments tend to give specific examples is because it's really hard for people who are being victimized, but also sometimes for people who are victimizing others to actually recognize the larger themes going on. So invoking fear was one of the ones that somebody put up here. You know, you might not feel like you're striving to evoke fear in your partner when you are warning them of all the bad things that could happen to them if they leave the house at night, right? It may be that your goal is actually to evoke safety, but if you read the question, do you try to convince your partner not to leave the house, especially at certain times and places, you'll go like, well, yeah, because, and that might give you pause to think, or the professional pause to work with you, that like, maybe like the intention, the impact are not matching up, right? But more often than not, there is the like, yeah, because I get to say this, right? And so the examples, especially for victims, tend to help people realize I like rationalize or justify this, or I'm ashamed, so I don't talk about it out loud, but I do connect with this description. And so we tend to not just ask people the themes straight out. We don't tend to say, does your relationship involve a lack of autonomy? Does your relationship evoke fear? Is your relationship based on attempted manipulation? Is your relationship based on alienation and isolation? Is your relationship based on vertical authority? These are the questions the professional is trying to answer by asking for examples that represent different kind of types of control. Your list is phenomenally better than mine. Here are the lists that I came up with, and then tried to fit all onto one slide here. Imbalance of power and control. So this is looking to assess that. That includes at the individual level, from me to you, at the relational level. And what I mean by that is like the us as a relationship has to be a certain way, and somebody's determining that over the others. Political imbalance of power and control. That can be the partners we seek out, the context and the situations we seek out. And it can also be the impact that's just like always there that we can leverage or kind of rest on the assumptions of. So if I were a cishet woman, which I am not, and I were married to a cishet guy, which I am not, and we were monogamous and all this stuff, and my sex drive was much higher than his for whatever reason. By the way, this is a very common clinical case that I see. And so I sort of feel like he's either cheating or his testosterone must be low, or like he's masturbating and I don't like that. And maybe he's hiding it from me, or he's not like doing his duty as a husband because he's got this like hot wife and stuff who wants to have sex all the time. And like, because of my socialization, I've learned that I always get to be the one who's the gatekeeper. I get to say no or yes. And the men are supposed to want me. And like, when I say yes, they're supposed, when I say jump, they're supposed to say how high. And so it hasn't occurred to me that I could be a coercive rapist, because I've learned that my yes is something people should have to fight for, and that I'm really cautious about when I say yes and not around sex. And if I want it, it should be made available, because that's how I learned about gender. And so in that case, political, societal, and even to a certain degree, historical imbalance of power and control becomes part of what's happening. And I may even know that I'm being shitty, or I might know, or I might have learned that that's like an effective way to flirt, right? So it can come to a lot of different situations with the imbalance of power and control. And this also means, from a decolonizing perspective, if we want to decolonize our relationships with power and control, we have to see these systemic and historical things too. Even in this example, let's say both members of the couple are white. Racism still plays a part in it. I have still learned how to navigate gender, sexuality, and desire from a white supremacist lens. And so that always has to be considered, even if we can't necessarily speak to it directly in every question with our clients. A lot of my clients would be like, why are you asking me? It's like a room full of white people, how white supremacy is impacting power and control for us. But I'm still going to be asking about it just in different language at those times. And I may tie it together later. Lack of equal and mutually beneficial relationship on big and little things, influence on big and little things. So do we both have equal, mutual, and mutually beneficial influence on the decisions? When I leave the house, when I don't leave the house, all that sort of stuff. Now, maybe there's been a negotiation that I get to tell my partner when they do and don't leave the house in certain times, context, days. Do we have equal and mutually beneficial influence on the decision that I get to decide and on the information that I seek to make those decisions? So, for example, it's really important that the person I tell they can't leave the house can be like, no, I actually have to leave the house for this right now. And I go, so sorry, explain it to me later so I don't make this mistake again. And if we have to stay in some sort of context or role, like maybe I've been hired professionally to be their dominant at this time or something, I might spin that a little to be like, I admire your passion, little one. I'll allow it. And then later I can like learn how to do it better, but I'm still uplifting and supporting that. So whether it's the decision in the moment or the decision about who gets to make the decisions, is there equal and mutually beneficial influence, big and little stuff? A person who feels violently entitled to seek their own benefit at the cost or risk or harm of others. Nowhere in power dynamic or kink relationships should somebody feel entitled to feel better, do better, get their needs met, get their wants met, whatever, at the harm of someone else. When I'm engaging in an S&M date with somebody, I am, hopefully, my goal is to bring to them something they really want and desire and have trouble accessing, and like really want to be there for, even if wanting to be there also feels miserable at the time, but like this is what they want. And then I also should be creating something, co-creating something that I really want to be there for. And actually that can be really difficult for me as a dominant and a top who's frequently read as female and who's been socialized as a woman, in that I really got raised for people pleasing. Holy moly, I became a therapist. I was so indoctrinated into that. And that means that like actually part of it as a top is making sure that I am not in situations where I am manipulated into service topping that doesn't feel good for me, doing what the other person wants to receive to the point of like exhausting and not getting my own needs met. Or if I am, then, you know, I better be getting paid. So, and there's still consent and negotiation. It's just that the mutuality comes in the form of money in that way. So a person who feels entitled to seek their own benefit at the other's risk or harm. Yeah, being a kink dispenser can absolutely suck. Yeah, totally. I've that's a coffee shop conversation to have there. Someone who thinks they're inherently better or better suited to decision making than others. I am not talking about a specific type of decision. I am talking about decision making. It is very normal in any interpersonal situation for people to have different sets of skills and comfort with different things, including different types of decision making. In my household, I tend to make the decisions on the large purchases more because I have lower anxiety. So it's a bit easier for me. But there's huge influence from everybody involved. And it's actually just like part of my chores, basically, to take on the stress of sometimes making the bigger purchase decisions. But I don't do it unilaterally. It's with that equal and mutually beneficial influence, right? I'm just like making the call on it. In topping and bottoming situations, if I don't respect the other person as at least equal to myself, and frankly, I'm just often in admiration and awe of my partners and just like kind of romanticize them into these amazing godlike beings sometimes, at least in scene, then I shouldn't be playing with them. I shouldn't be playing with people that I don't have that full respect for. There's a lot of responsibilities atop to make sure that regardless of the persona I'm projecting, that the respect is huge. Lack of free or ongoing, unrushed, authentic mutual consent and boundary practices. That's another thing they're assessing for. Lack of relationship repair, accountability, and growth practices. We're all going to make mistakes. We're all going to do crappy things sometimes that aren't mistakes. Do we have an active, ongoing, meaningful set of practices for how we check in about relationship repair, make them, how we're accountable, including exiting the relationship or, you know, supporting someone else in exiting the relationship, and also our personal and relational growth practices. This is what an assessment with that is trying to get to. So when we are trying to find out whether kink and trauma are taking place with the same people and same practices, so unhealthy kink, this is what we're looking for in the kink stuff. It doesn't really matter who's peeing on who. By the way, Sam Smith's new video with like all the sexual explicitness and all that, it is like the biggest festival of pee play adoration that I have ever seen in a music video. And I'm just waiting for like the mainstream public to figure out that there's like so much urine symbolism in that thing. They're gonna get their undies in a bunch then for sure. Anyway, they'll never figure it out. So it doesn't matter who's peeing on who. It doesn't matter if my term of endearment for my partner is bitchy little slut. It doesn't matter if I'm not allowed to speak after dinner from 6 to 8 p.m. as I wash the dishes naked with an embarrassing sign taped to my left nipple. It doesn't matter, those things. What matters is the stuff on the screen. Is the overall situation one with this sort of thing? And if the relationship and the context has a good balance of power and control, if everybody involved is equally respected, equally influential on the activities that are chosen when they happen and when they stop, and who gets to make the calls, if nobody feels like they're inherently better than the other person or lesser than the other person, if folks get free, ongoing, unrushed mutual consent, both as dominants and submissives, if we acknowledge and seek accountability, if we offer relationship repair, if we accept and give boundaries, the activities don't really matter so much. I literally pay someone almost every month to stab me for hours in a way that leaves permanent marks on my body. The activity itself doesn't really matter very much, except potentially in extreme situations. But even then, I would say autonomy is a pretty important part of human identity. The activity doesn't matter, these themes matter. And that's what we're trying to find out about. Yes, I'm not here to make friends is the music video. Yeah, unholy though, also. I'm not like, Liam Smith needs to pay me, or I just need to go to a concert. So we can try wording like this. There are many different ways that decisions happen in relationships. Some people divide up responsibilities, duties, and decisions as part of working together as a team. It's important to me that I understand the ways in which that kind of approach happens in your life and how well that's working for each of you. And it's also important to me to understand when stuff isn't happening in a kind and compassionate way that helps everyone live their best lives, both together and as individuals. So when people tell me about things and maybe my gut is like, oh, that sounds pretty bad, I still want to keep asking and learning more. And if it turns out there's a lot of trauma and abuse happening, I'm just going to get more information about that to work with people better. Or I may gain understanding, or I may discover that like the goals are not around control, but that is sort of happening, and folks need guidance on how to like decolonize their kink or anti-oppress their kink. And they'd probably be really on board for that. So suddenly we've left the realm of all or nothing, which is like, this is good or this is bad, into the realm of nuance. And you're always in a disadvantaged and or oppressed situation when your only options are all or nothing, yes or no, in or out, alive or dead, all of those things. The realm of all or nothing and ultimatums is the realm of disempowerment. And so for us as professionals, we want to kind of like elevate our power to make good decision-making and assessment by opening up lots of possibilities to learn and to collaborate with our clients. And that means asking for more information, including this stuff. Additionally, people who are in violent and abusive relationships like aren't stupid. They got there and are there because there are beneficial things happening, or there were at some point, maybe they're not anymore, but they're trapped. But like they didn't get into them because like humans are not inherently self-destructive. There can be patterns and things that we do that we have learned as survival techniques that become destructive or that have destructive elements, but we're not like born trying to self-destruct. And so it's an important part of respect and decolonizing. Decolonizing also includes not totalizing people's identity by a certain experience or thing in life. So we can stop totalizing people as good or bad, survivor, victim, all this stuff by expanding and being like, okay, so the intentions here were to feel safe and secure, but now we feel overwhelmed and trapped. So where do we move forward from here? The other people involved, where do we move forward? And that can mean just ending things. That could mean escaping in the middle of the night with a cat. And it can also mean sitting down to important conversations around boundaries and learning. It depends on the situation. We can also, does the Cake song by the Jonas Brothers count? Yeah, all of these. Portishead. Oh, let's make playlists together, people. I'm in. We can also have wording like, I hear that there's something about power play that's really attractive to you, or kink, or like peeing in somebody's firehouse boots, whatever. I hear that there's something about that's really attractive to you and gets you turned on. That makes a lot of good sense to me. By the way, we can say that things make sense without fully understanding them. Making sense and understanding all the details, two different things. Is it okay if we talk about how you figure out if a date or a hookup respects you at your core and wants to co-create something really sexy with you versus if they actually believe that hot, dirty talk, even like outside the bedroom? Like, it's one thing if people are like, all little boys are my bitches. And it's another thing if they're like out in the world treating all people of that particular gender as lesser, right? Those are different. Or just maybe not even out in the world, but like every dating partner you really believe if they're that gender, they're inherently lesser. It's one thing to believe it in the context of a role play. It's another to like operate your life that way, right? Thanks. Or it sounds like risk can be a real turn on. That makes sense. It's like that for a lot of people and can look like anything from leaving the lights on to sometimes really edgy play that takes specific precautions and maybe even special training to do more safely. Is it okay if we talk about some ways to live out fantasies and plan dating partners that give you what you really want without putting you at avoidable risk for real harm? Mental and physical and spiritual and social and all the harms, including the plan if something goes really wrong. When I'm working with people who do physical S&M in their relationship, so something that could cause physical harm as opposed to like visible, like verbal, like somebody mentioned my humiliation workshop and stuff like that, which can also be physical, but verbal. I tell people, if you cannot and will not tell the EMT, the ambulance responder, or the hospital person, or the doctor what you are doing, then you can't do it. And there may be people who decide to negotiate that differently. I cannot be a coach or a therapist or a consultant or a program or whatever in situations that don't, like, this is a boundary of mine as a professional. And, I work with people around referrals if they need them, but so far everybody's been on board with that. So basically, if you cannot be direct with a health professional about the activity you are actually doing, then you are putting the other person at a level of physical risk where they may not be able to get responsive and accurate medical care. This takes a lot of different forms. Very common for people, especially straight married men, or people who are politically straight married men, regardless of their inner authentic self, who show up at the emergency room with something stuck in their butt from anal play. And the number of times they say, I have a stomach ache, is huge. And they're getting all checked out in the stomach. And then finally somebody's like, I've been working in the ER for years. We need to check this person's butt. And then they find out that there's like 3 Barbie dolls, a light bulb that has to be removed very carefully, and God forbid, a little bit of concrete mix in there. Something like that. True stories. Not all at once. I compiled them. But anyway, I feel like somebody's going to take that as a challenge. Don't take it as a challenge. So if you can't be like, yeah, I was sticking things in my butt and like it's in there now and I can't get that out. Or I took Viagra, put on a metal cock ring, and I can't get my penis to come down now. It's been a few hours. I'm really worried for my penis. Like, if you have to say you have a stomach ache instead, or if you say I fell off my bike instead of like my partner was consensually kicking me on the floor and I'm a bit worried that I broke a rib. You have to be able to say that. And that also means considering the larger social implications. Myself, as a frequently read woman who's white, who's fat, who can speak like an academic, who has the doctor title, probably is at lesser risk of severe consequences from the police than people who don't have all those demographic stuff together, especially the whiteness. So we also have to think about that. There may need to be some little adjustments, but in the bringing it forward, but health professionals can't help us if they don't know accurately what happened. And unless you're that kind of health professional, you probably don't know which details are essential to good health response, and only they can assess that, which is why I'm like, honesty. Okay. Blood play. Yeah, definitely a thing to consider. I've had issues with seeking bloodborne tests, STI tests for bloodborne things, and having to explain to the people administering the test why I'm worried about a possible bloodborne thing, even though I am not an injection drug user I take injectable drugs, but they're prescribed, right? And I have like their own needles. So I'm not like doing that sort of stuff. So why do I need to be tested for blood things? Well, because I was the last person in line at a kink tasting event, and I wanted to see what it was like to be single-tailed, and the people in front of me didn't appear to have skin breaks on their back, but they might have. And then I noticed afterwards, I had a bunch of skin breaks on my back, and the same whip was being used across people. And it wasn't like, leather isn't sanitizable between people unless it's fully sealed, and this isn't that kind of leather. And so I needed to find out, especially out of responsibility to the other people I do stuff with, did I catch anything as the last person in line from a single tail that could have broken the skin of a lot of different people? And did I love explaining that to the person giving me the blood test? No. Did it become necessary? I don't know how I would have even come up with a lie with the same details that I'm like, well, I guess I could say I got like a tattoo with dirty needles or something, but I don't want to get my tattoo artist in trouble, you know? So if you can't describe it, don't do it. Other options besides not doing it include looking for healthcare that you can describe it to, becoming close friends with kink savvy medical health professionals that you can talk to about how to say it to someone if you get to a healthcare setting where you can't be completely out about it, because that person has the knowledge to tell you which details are relevant that you have to bring forward in order to get good care, right? So there are different ways to look around it, but in the end, anyway, so the plan around what goes wrong, I often find that tops are not good about this, and bottoms, dominants are not always real good about this, and submissives sometimes assume that the dominant like has it under control, and there hasn't been a conversation about it, and the expectations aren't actually matched, and folks feel rude saying, what are you going to tell them as a dominant if I have to go to the hospital? What are you going to tell them as a submissive if you have to go to the hospital? Or if I, as the dominant, have to go to the hospital and you're the submissive, whatever. All right. Honestly, is there such a thing as a kink consulting doctor? There is a surprising number of nurses and nurse practitioners, dentists, and other health professionals in kink circles. A surprising number. And some of the professional dominants out there are like retired nurses and stuff, or not retired nurses. So there are folks out there with medical knowledge around things. There are activities that I do for funsies and sexy times that I only do because I have found reputable S&M practitioners who also have relevant medical backgrounds to teach me. So I enjoy doing intro level medical play with needles through the skin and urethral sounding, and I would not engage in either of those. My personal ethics are that I would not engage in either of those if I had not had the opportunity to have multiple one-on-one, hands-on with experienced submissives training sessions with those professionals that also included what not to just do now that I've had this that level of education, and when and how to talk to a health professional if something has gone wrong, including if I made a mistake, or if my partner who's receiving made a mistake, or if nobody made a mistake. There was just like, we didn't know that they were suddenly going to start shaking really hard or something like that. And I don't know what that means. So also breath play and the types of breath play that I do. It's very hard to find quality medical background training on how to do breath play because it is so edgy and potentially physically risky. And yeah, that's something I make all my decisions on how I play based on being trained by people with medical backgrounds who also engage in those activities and martial arts backgrounds. Legality fears are a big thing. Absolutely. Yep. There's a lot of really important considerations in here. And what I want to say is that risk-aware play includes knowing what you can and can't report, what you can and can't disclose to who and when, and deciding like what that's going to look like if it all goes wrong. And so my own personal ethics are like, I don't want that level of responsibility of doing something that I can't disclose. I just don't want to be that responsible for anyone else or myself. But other people will make different decisions, and it has to come with clear communication. If it doesn't, and it's resting on assumptions, or somebody saying, just trust me, and they are not willing to say more than that, we are worried about trauma and abuse. Maybe that person has just had really lousy mentorship in kink. Maybe they want to do better. I'm not going to try to vilify anyone automatically. It is still a situation where it can't help but be somewhat traumatizing if you know that this person that you're playing with would not accompany you in an ambulance and would not be there later. And that's going to be all on you, especially if you're in like the US and like don't even have basic health care, right? So you can decide to engage in that anyway. But if that isn't a clear, boundaried, consensual, freely given conversation, then we have issues. Oh, good, Sunny. Okay, Sunny, I'll stop on this and then keep going because you're going to handle a bunch of this too. Yeah. Okay. In the chat window, what are some other ways to ask about trauma and abuse within current kink activities and kinky relationships? And what are some green flags you hope to hear in response to questions like these? I'm not asking for the red flags because there's a million trainings out there on red flags for abuse, and we need to take them. We need to take all a million. But there are very few trainings out there and conversations about how to know when something's going well, especially something really stigmatized. So what are some thoughts that folks had around how to ask about trauma abuse within current kink activities and or kink relationships? And what are some like green flag answers to hear from people? I'm not going to read them all out loud. I want you to read each other's in the chat room though as we go. So type them in. I'll give you a minute of me not talking. I'll probably mention a few. Yeah, hearing about meaningful debrief and aftercare. Yeah. For me, one of the meaningful things is when I'm engaging in heavier or riskier play with people, we also talk about who they might be most comfortable disclosing problems to, who can then let me know if they're not comfortable telling me. And so, you know, it might be another partner of theirs or a mutual friend. And sometimes that is how information gets back to me, right? There was a situation where somebody felt like they were becoming more attached to me than was safe and comfortable for them. And they couldn't bear to look at me while they told me that, but they needed to not talk to me for a couple months. So the designated friend told me that. And I'm so grateful that there was a person who could do that. And I could also, you know, send back a message being very affirming and saying, I'll let you take the lead on contacting me or not. And if I don't hear from you in a few months, like any like, I don't know, potentially socially risky, like pictures and texts we've exchanged, I'll delete all of them. Just automatically if I haven't heard in X months, right? I've certainly heard of situations where people have encountered physical harm or felt that something went really sideways in a bad way, and it has to be a middle ground person sometimes. So for me, that's one of them. If you feel great after seeing and terrible in a week, anticipating that we can work together to find resources to help, that's perfection. Clients tell me that something went awry in a play session and the partners handled it well together. Yeah. If somebody's just like, don't worry, nothing will go wrong, worry. Keep sharing them. Keep sharing your green flags and ways of asking. Detailed consent discussions and agreement and upfront, including aftercare. Yeah. Also, like people who are okay sharing examples of times things didn't go well and how they learned from it. That accountability, you know, for me in the dominant role, it's really, I consider it ethically really important for myself to be like upfront about not always getting it right and doing it right. Keep talking, you're sharing important stuff. I want to say, so what do we do for the second part here? How can we ask and talk about whether kink is serving a healthy purpose or is a source of increasing harm and trauma? So like that example in one of the first slides about, you know, somebody has a history of sexual assault on either or both sides of things, and they're like got feelings, bad feelings about really loving violent porn and fantasies. right? How can we ask and talk about whether kink is serving a healthy purpose or is a source of increasing harm and trauma? I can't tell you how many people really have a kink for consensual non-consent. And that means I consent to a situation that feels and looks like a non-consensual situation. And it's not just a buffet open like that. There are boundaries around what I'm consenting to. And I know some really, really smart people who, a really, really smart person who's probably in the room right now, who calls this a ravagement fantasy, not a rape fantasy. I'm very certain I'm not from Midori. And that's because there's a difference between like legal rape, which is somebody I didn't want to do things that I didn't want to happen, did that. So it's either someone I didn't want, things I didn't want, or both. And this ravagement fantasy is like, oh, somebody was overwhelmed with their lust and desire for me. And by the way, that somebody is like really attractive to me, and their overwhelm of lust and desire look like doing things to my body that I really want somebody like that to do to my body, right? But the tone is like rough and out of control and taboo and stuff. And so those things are different, right? Yeah, the classic pulp romance cover. Yeah, totally. Midori's on it in chat. And so play for children is a great therapeutic way to work through trauma, one of many. Play for adults can be a great therapeutic way of working through trauma, one of many. When we create a situation where we choose a person to engage with, or a group of people to engage with that are trustworthy, that we chose, that are going to do the things we negotiate, and we have a date together that has a lot of themes from that sexual assault I'm trying to work through, but I picked the people, I pick the activities, I pick how it ends, I choose this. That might be really healing and important for me. Or it just might be a way for me to explore other ways of thinking about this, or to prove to myself that it can end differently, or to imbue something with the power of eroticism that had no positive aspects for me before. I can take something terrible and use play, which can include kink, to try to do processing and growth and healing work. And maybe it won't work, and maybe it will, but maybe it was worth trying either way. There's a lot of maybes here, but it is a potential source of health and healing, kink is, even in these situations. I can also, have had an upbringing where like I have to be a chronic people pleaser because that's the only way to be safe around my caregivers that I'm dependent on as a child. And now I'm out there picking people who, have some resemblances to my upbringing situation. And I'm throwing myself into these situations because I am trying to finally get it right and be deserving of love. And, and all of a sudden that would be an unhealthy likely use of kink, because it's like not so self-aware, and it's not so intentional, and it's not, designed to be affirming, uplifting, healthy, and healing, right? It's like this urgency kind of thing. So kink can go both ways. It's not always going to be good or bad. The main character of the tragic melodrama also is the director and the choreographer. Absolutely, so well said. So how do we work with this stuff and find out? Oftentimes when people are engaging in kink in a way that is kind of a form of self-harm, which can, by the way, be for dominant, submissives, switches, kink that doesn't involve power. It's not just submissives out there submitting to people who are bad ideas, right? We already have the skills probably. If we have done anything around boundaries work, decolonizing work, or deconstruction, and these are mainstream health and healing skills, then we have this. And if not, these are like pretty common things to find in self-help books. And I have some that I really super love. And I've noticed that people's video screen has frozen, but I'm not seeing anyone tell me that they can't hear me. So I think we're okay. All right, good. I'm actually going to stop sharing my video just to make sure that my audio and my screen are like getting the bandwidth priority. So I really love these efforts. Oh, thanks for the affirmation. I really love these authors as a great place to start. I hope I'm pronouncing their names right. I have not had the opportunity to have them teach me. Nedra Tawwab, who does, oh my God, I can't remember the name. It's a New York Times best-selling book on boundaries and setting them. And I listened to it as an audiobook, and she read it herself on the audiobook. I'm like, yay. So Nedra's stuff is really good. They are a mental health practitioner and clinician. They have a really vibrant Insta feed, which is great. And their book I found particularly good for normalizing, like feeling like, oh, like a lot of people have these issues. It's not that I'm like broken or something. It makes sense. It's like normal that this would happen from that, and I'm in good company. Family history. So, oh, I get it, where like my boundary stuff ties in around family stuff, and just like real life examples. So Nedra's book I found really great, and a lot of my clients like it too. It's in very easy to understand language. It is a thicker book. Faith Harper has written a bazillion books and co-owns their own publishing company, Microcosm. Faith Harper has a book called Unfuck Your Boundaries. Both Nedra and Faith have workbooks that go with their books. You can get workbooks if you're a workbook person. If you're only going to buy one, get the book, not the workbook, for both of them. And Faith Harper's book is really short, also available as an audiobook. And but it is going to get you right in the heart around boundaries, I think. And so it's a quick and dirty of the main points. I would say actually do Faith Harper's book first, then Nedra's book second. And then Dahlia Kinsey has a book called Decolonizing Wellness, and it really focuses on decolonizing body image, eating, the diet industry, and health. But there's huge overlap between that, sex, kink, boundaries, trauma. And so that's really valuable here, even though it's not marketed specifically as a boundaries book. Yeah. Oh, good. Somebody likes Unfuck Your Boundaries. Yeah. And Faith Harper also has, by the way, really good books around autism and being in relationship with people with autism if you don't have autism. And I know there's more about neurodiversity coming in your event later, so I won't get into that too much. These are different types of boundaries, and I added one at the end for us as professionals. And we're getting closer to the end of the slide set, so know that we are going to have time for Q&A and discussion and critique and stuff like that too at the end of this, so no worries. Physical boundaries, one of the main recognized types of boundaries. How are physical boundaries given and received? That's what I want to know. And not just, can you set a boundary? Do you know what you want to set boundaries about? Are you in ongoing discovery of what you want to set boundaries about, which to me is a healthy sign. Like, yeah, I know a bunch, but I know I'm always learning, and there's some fluidity and context stuff. We don't just want to give them, we want to receive them. I want to receive boundaries in a good way. Even if the boundary is expressed in a messy way, I want to step into receiving it in a way that helps move things in a good direction, because boundaries are often expressed in messy ways, because there's often a sense of urgency, fear, confusion, probably experiences of, really bad things happening after asserting or just needing boundaries, especially for people who are stigmatized all the time in day-to-day life. And so I'll put this back on again here. Oh, Faith's book is free on Audible. Yay, thank you. I also just want to make a pitch for a group that I make no money from whatsoever called Libro.fm. They're an audiobook place like Audible, but they're not owned by Amazon. You can pick an independent bookstore, and they get a portion of every audio book that you buy through them. So basically, independent bookstores are making money as though you had bought it through them. And like I hook mine up to, it only works for the US, not for Canadian stores, last I checked. So mine's hooked up to a gay bookstore called Karis Books in Atlanta, Georgia, that I love very much. But also their DRM free digital rights management, which means you can actually download the recording and lend it to people like you could lend a paper book. So libraries also, typically, library card comes with tons of access to audiobooks. So I'm always helping my clients do that, especially if they're low pay clients with me. I want to help them find the resources free. Yeah, it doesn't benefit a Canadian bookstore, but I still get to buy books through Libro, so I'll take it. And it is actually really hard to send money from the US to Canada and back and forth, so I'm not too surprised that they don't have that sorted. Anyway, physical boundaries. Hey, Karis. So how are physical boundaries both given and received? How does each person both give and receive them? If you ask this question, one person talks about given and the other person talks about received, and that's the end of the conversation. If it's a couple, then we want to talk about the other way too. Just like, you know, when I'm negotiating stuff for kink scene, it's so rare as a dominant that submissive people ask me the same negotiation questions back that I ask them, or ask any, because it's just sort of assumed, right? Can you tell me about a time when you or they didn't want something to happen with your body or their body, and that was respected? Can you tell me about a time when you or they did want something to happen with your body or theirs, and that was also respected? And that doesn't necessarily mean the other person did the thing that they wanted, but the want was respected. And then negotiation conversation happened from there. By the way, a good boundary conversation to me is somebody approaches and shares needs. The other person hears, receives, and validates them, and then shares their own needs. And both people look to see if there's enough overlap of the underlying needs, which may have been what's stated, or what stated might have been like the representative of them. And if there isn't, then they don't do the thing. So boundary setting isn't about making it work. It's about seeing if it's going to work. Yeah, nonviolent communication, absolutely. And there's great apps being suggested and free book resources too in chat, so check those out. So these questions are all looking for affirmative examples. There's kind of a tricky point in this, which is that if people struggle to find affirmative example, then that's telling me a lot simply by their silence. It may also be that I was unclear in my question, or they're unused to being asked about that, which also tells me a lot. I can ask about negative examples too, but I always ask for the positive first around destigmatizing things. And if I'm working with somebody who really is in a violent situation of abuse and control, and they just like fucking survivability says they need to get the fuck out of there as quickly as possible, I can still ask about examples of things going right and things going wrong, and be really validating the things going wrong as wrong. But, you know, like I said before, I want to respect that people are with each other for reasons, whether I understand or agree with them or not. And if I only ask about bad experiences, including in abusive relationships, people often feel that they need to defend their abuser to me, and that I need to see them as a full human and see the good parts of them and whatnot. And so, you know, that lets me know that I'm not coming in a respectful way. And if people don't feel that I respect them in the relationship, we're going to have a hard time talking about how to end that relationship if that's what needs to happen, because they're going to be stuck trying to defend it to me. Emotional boundaries. How are emotional boundaries given and received? Can you tell me about a time when you or they ran into something that hit on an emotional level in a bad way, so you both stopped and tended to that really well? Can you tell me about a time when you were able to meet an important emotional need by talking or exploring together? Sexual boundaries. How are sexual boundaries given and received? How do you know when things are going really well sexually, and how do you let each other know? How do you support each other in giving and receiving clear limits around what feels like thriving sexually? And by the way, sexual boundaries is one of the areas where people often like don't know that they can have them, what they can have, that it's appropriate, like, oh, I could, but you know, they got needs and I'm always busy and have a headache, you know, or whatever the case may be. Or people in oppressed groups, part of oppression is erasure of individual authentic identity. So part of white supremacy and all the things that support white supremacy is erasing the personhood of the people that you want to have power over. And one of the key things in white supremacy is that anything other than compulsory toxic masculinity, there are other types of masculinity, but the compulsory type is generally toxic. Compulsive toxic masculinity involves always being horny and holds the goal and all that stuff. And so I run into a lot of really like, like appearance wise successful, cis het married white dudes who it never occurred to them to think of what their own sexual boundaries are, both in what they do and what they receive and when and how. And then I run into a lot of folks who are feminine and genders who have been really raised to be people pleasers, and often it's a survival mechanism as well. So it's an important set of skills, but there isn't the ability to shift between survival skills and I'm in a safe place, so now I can be attuned with my bodily autonomy and boundaries. I did not submit the slides for everybody to have, but ahead of time because I was editing and I'm still seeing mistakes, but hopefully this isn't a no-no. In the chat window is now the slides and you can download them. There you go. Thank you for offering to distribute, and you're welcome to download. They're very slowly uploading right now, chat window, so you'll see them when they get there, and then so on and so forth. Yeah, absolutely. Every type of oppression hurts everyone, including the oppressor. The level and nature of harm differs between oppressors and oppressed. The risk of lethality, the risk of intergenerational harm, it looks very different for people who are oppressed than oppressors, but patriarchy hurts men, right? White supremacy hurts white people. Like the fact that my race is why a lot of people in the world, everybody in the world can't have nice things, means that like, I don't get to be as connected authentically with people of color, Black people, Indigenous people. And like, that harms me in ways that I'll never even know, and like it harms, including my friendships and relationships with people of the global majority, right? But also like the lack of friendships and relationships with people of the global majority and the limitations on them. And the skin represents oppression, and I continue to benefit from it every moment of every day and night, whether I want to or not. And so I have tremendous benefit, but also, white supremacy, it's unsustainable. It's harmful to the oppressor and to the oppressed, but in very different ways and levels. Okay. Intellectual boundaries. What do intellectual boundaries have to do with kink? Well, they can have a lot of things. They can be original thoughts, ideas, original pieces of art, all kinds of stuff like we might think about like copyright type intellectual boundaries. But there's also, kind of like our intellectual autonomy and our opinions and things like that. So how are intellectual boundaries given and received? How do you know when your different interests and desires are respected and supported in this relationship, even though they're different, especially because they're not shared? So if you have somebody with really high sexual desire who wants to explore and enjoy all the kinks, and you have somebody else who's sort of wondering if they're actually have been asexual all along, or they're like menopause is really kicking their butt, or whatever the case may be, how can both of those people's identity and desire levels be respected and uplifted without compelling the other to meet them at their level or do something different? So how can I be a very highly sexual person and have that part of my identity be celebrated without imposing it on anybody else? And how can I celebrate a partner who has a lesser or greater or just different sexual desire level or kink desire level than mine without being compelled to lose that part of my identity, right? How do you support each other in living rich private lives and your own thoughts and activities sometimes? Oh, the number of conversations I've had with people who are really mad because their partner masturbates. Material boundaries. How are material boundaries given and received? How do you know when your or their stuff or gear or home are being respected in your kink adventures? How do you support each other in feeling like you have the physical space and things in home or like elsewhere? Like things can be stuff, but can also be like access to community spaces to thrive together and apart. And this can be about kink and this can be about other stuff too, because if this doesn't exist for people who are not just having a random anonymous hookup. Well, actually, yeah, because there's some sort of space that's happening too, and privacy and rights and stuff. So yeah, even then, if it's not happening in some ways, it's probably not happening in other ways too. And I added this one, which I don't tend to see in the books and the materials very often, but there's also professional or clinical boundaries with our clients, patients, the communities we do outreach to, the folks in the bus we drive, whatever the case may be. How are our boundaries given and received as client and professional? That can look like figuring out in your intake paperwork, if that's what you have, how should we handle things if we run into each other in online or in-person kink spaces? Because yeah, I'm probably not the only person here who is or will be a professional that this information is relevant to that also occupies sex and kink spaces. Like, I'm probably in the company of some mighty fine perverts here, and I'm very proud of that. Slutty pervert power, go us. So we also want to pay attention to our and our clients' boundaries. I absolutely have run into clients sometimes that I did not recognize right away, and their partners that I might not have ever met because they're like looking different. I don't recognize people's faces when I don't expect to see them somewhere. Like with the context, this feels out of context to me. I don't expect it. I don't recognize them. They're wearing different makeup, different clothes, no clothes, like, or I always see them with no clothes and they show up at the therapy center with clothes on. I'm like, that's what you look like with pants on. Amazing. I've only seen you at sex camp. So there have to be boundaries and ways to figure that out if we are those professionals. Because kink and trauma can also be about professionals being traumatized and can also be about not traumatizing our clients when we run into them. True story, I was at a kink event pre-pandemic, so nobody was masked or anything. And so there was an expectation probably that I recognized people's faces better than I did. And I noticed that a therapy client, not a coaching client, so now there's like provincial government laws and stuff that now apply, is naked and having a delightful, sexy, kinky scene in the play area. And, you know, I was sort of watching them being like, that's pretty cool. And I was like, whoa, I think I know that person. And then I was like, whoa, I know how I know that person. So I quickly turned around so that I wasn't making eye contact and kind of shuffled over to another room without trying to look like suspicious. Like in my mind, I was singing the like, don't be suspicious song, and wandered into like this social area where there isn't so much play happening, and just sort of like zoned out, where I was like thinking like, yeah, I'm probably going to have to, yeah, ethically, I think I have to tell that person I saw them. Oh, I think we'll both have a good laugh. What are my requirements? Do I have insurance paid up to date? And anyway, and I was zoned out in a direction. And then I noticed that in the direction I was zoning out was a human. And they were making some significant eye contact with me, but I wasn't really paying attention to what I was seeing. So all of a sudden I like kind of my eyes woke up and I realized I was freaking staring right at a different client who was naked being tied up in bondage. And I had just been like staring there for a while I thought about like insurance and risk. And so then I very awkwardly went whoop and just turned around and faced a wall. That client and I had a really good laugh after that. They were like, yeah, I was wondering why you were staring at me. And then I realized you were zoned out when you made a parrot noise and turned around and put yourself in the corner. And I was like, I was bad. What can I say? Bad clinician. So luckily, there had already been conversations with all these clients about how I'm in these spaces. And it's in my intake paperwork that they're in charge of making sure they and their partners don't play with me, because they don't always recognize people, and that they don't play with any of my partners. And I can't say how I know them if they're therapy clients, coaching clients. There's no legal limitations, but I follow pretty much the same privacy procedures there too. It's just my choice instead of the law. And so we actually had a context, and like the conversation had already happened. And because I primarily see clients who are some sort of not mainstream, you know, people expect to hear that from me. So there's a lot of privilege in that for me, but these are things to be considered, just considering to talk about too. And it can also happen in non-kink spaces. You know, I was training a student therapist who's now a very successful therapist, who is also a professional model and had some wondering about what to do when, as a student, one of their modeling shoots like really hit the big time and was promoted all over the place, and their clients were recognizing them. So, you know, different things. Would you be willing to share how you language this in your intake? Yeah, let me see if I can find it on this laptop. And I'm not going to say that I do it the ultimate best way, but let me actually finish the slides, and then while people are talking and typing in their questions, I'll look for that part. So as a reminder, all of this ties down, I'm still using the body language, bondage stuff. All of this boils down to, we recognize sex and kink as a potential, but not guaranteed source of health and healing. And we use a lot of the techniques and training we already have to go about it. It's just that we're like more specifically asking about what we want to know, and not necessarily making jumps between the traditional questions and these assessments without doing follow-up questions. And we recognize sex and kink as potential sources of health and healing, even when we aren't into what we're hearing about, and even if we really, really are into what we're hearing about. So hopefully when these types of concepts come up, it's not that we have the answer to them automatically, it's that we feel like we have some directions to go in with the questions we want to ask next. So thank you all very much. And you can contact me through my website, and we have some more time. We have about 15 minutes left. There's questions coming up in chat. I'm going to give everyone a little time to do that, but also please don't hesitate, as many of you are not, which is great, to go ahead and answer each other's questions a little bit too. And I just stopped sharing my window. I'm going to see if if this laptop has my consent form on it. Yes, I can put it in the chat window, in fact. Let me just skim it to make sure it's all my original work here. This one also has a thing where if people end up taking a training from me or something, where I might give them like a certificate of attendance or something at the end, or if they end up being my student in a big lecture class, it actually covers that here too. So it's like my dual relationship section. And some of that is my university's requirements that I not be the person who grades someone. So in those situations, so that just repeats the policy. It's getting dark out here and I forgot to turn the ceiling light on. I'm not sure if oh, well, no, that's just creepy. We're not going to do that. We'll just have moody lighting. Okay, so I have pasted my paragraph in here. You are absolutely welcome to plagiarize me all the heck. Just go ahead and use that wording, change it. I am not in any way representing that as legally valid or binding or appropriate work. Like, run it past, an attorney or professional who's familiar with the rules and requirements of your profession and your location. Even if you share my profession and location, that's outside my scope of practice to give legal advice. So that's there. And now I've said the thing I'm required to say. I do love to be creepy when people love to be creeped out. I won't share the examples, but let me tell you, they're pretty good or pretty bad, depending on what you like. All right, let me scroll up and look for questions here.
And if anybody wants to ask a live question, you can go ahead and raise your hand and we will put the spotlight on you. Or not, if you don't want it, but usually people like to see who's talking.
Someone shared a story about doing a live kink performance, and a client in a virtual IOP group was there and later asked, were you at the bar last night? I have done, I have done such things and had such experiences as well. Someone else shared, I have friends who are kinky therapists and they refer clients to one another to create some distance between who they might see as patients and who they may come across in the community. Yeah, if I lived in a big enough place and had more referral sources, I would do that more. Yeah, I see a hand raised.
Yeah, we have a hand. Esme.
Hi. First of all, thank you so much. That was so informative and helpful. Yeah, I really resonated with the first question you had on your first and last slide of like, what if you have a client, or what if you have a client who like has a trauma history and then is ashamed of the kind of porn they like or the kind of fantasies they like. And I do have a few. I work with a traumatized population, so I do have a few clients actually who have similar kind of concerns of like having forced sex, or I forget what you called it, like ravagement fantasies, and feeling like really ashamed, or that they shouldn't be having this fantasy, or that it's some kind of like unhealthy trauma response. So I was wondering if you could speak on that a little bit, how you work with that kind of a shame.
And I welcome other folks to come either by microphone or in the chat room as well to talk about this. I tend to run into it the most with people who consider themselves currently or aspiring good feminists of all genders, who then don't want to be rough, especially rough with a person of a feminine gender. That includes lesbians not wanting to hit other women too. And also like just doodly dudes who just don't want to hit a girl, right? And she's like, be rough with me, I long for this. Or she's like, I really want this, but I feel really gross about it. Like the wanting to wear nothing but an apron and have like dinner and iced tea ready when he comes home from work, like grosses me out that I want that so bad. And so first thing that I try to do is help people feel like they're in really great company of other people who like that too. And so that can include, if need be for privacy, making a burner Insta account and just starting to follow some feeds of like really empowered feminist folks in kink dynamics, especially folks on the submissive side who are like really empowered about it, regardless of whether the person I'm working with is wanting to be more dominant or more submissive. So they're like starting to shift their view that this is really important. I also have a lot of talks about how incredibly strong and self-aware a person has to be to know their wants and help somebody else meet their wants, whether that's submissive or dominant. And I also talk about it with people as an advanced social skill. So the ways we've learned how to negotiate relationships that society tells us are equal power, those skills might not be serving anyone, but also there might be additional skills around self-awareness, self-discovery, figuring out your boundaries and assessing whether other people can meet those boundaries as well as meet your desires in a way that also meets their desires. So it may feel gross and weird because we just haven't learned how to do that more kind of nuanced social interaction. I also help do a lot of, it is trauma work, even if the person hasn't had an individually traumatizing experience like this, but just the trauma of being in society where wanting things that are not like alpha is bad, or wanting things that are alpha is bad, depending on what you're judging yourself about. And we can decolonize a lot of that, like talking about desire as play, talking about the difference between how we treat people in day-to-day life and how we treat people when it's negotiated. I also use some of my top privilege in this to talk about how like the person on the receiving end of the verbal humiliation, the physical S&M, the whatever, absolutely has so much power in the scene if I'm doing things right. If they make one tiny eep that I like literally like a little eep that I'm not expecting, or that doesn't seem fitting to the situation, or that just gives me pause, everything grinds to a very attentive state about them. So to me, in my world, the person who's submissive is the person who has the most power. Stepping into your power to receive is really amazing, really amazing. And in fact, I learn a lot about authenticity and connection and strength from people who are mindful about receiving stimulation, receiving pain, receiving verbal direction, receiving any of that stuff. And I meet far more people who are trying to do a great job being dominants, but cannot get in touch with our authenticity and our vulnerability and our internalized shame and all that stuff. And we end up using our topping as like a stone wall to separate ourselves from our vulnerable places. And so there's a lot of healing that the world receives every time somebody gets better and more able to authentically receive their desires. That's some pretty powerful stuff. Also, there is a long, proud global history of submissive and or feminized folks absolutely ruling the world by being really good at letting non-kinky dominant folks feel like we're ruling things, but actually we're not. And that's kind of, I mean, I've referred to that sometimes as like femme magic and a non-kink thing. Like, as a person who sometimes uses the word butch to identify myself, I'm always cracking up about these amazing, powerful femmes who lead me to believe that I initiated and pursued them. No, they were running it the whole time. So there's so many ways in which we can talk about submissiveness as power and have that be in the same. And that includes the power to co-construct consensual non-consent scenes and like take something as huge and ominous as rape and turn it into a generative, joyful, desirable experience. I mean, I can't imagine anything more powerful than that, honestly. I hope that's helpful. So there's a lot of reframing, but also reducing isolation with representation of what they hope and want. There's a piece of them that knows it's possible. That's why they desire it, but they don't know that what it would look like. So help connect them with that, what's the word, representation and normalizing, but also like kind of indirect mentorship. I send people to workshops on it that I don't teach because I think it's really important that folks who spend more time in whatever that identity space is are learning from each other too. Did that address your thought or concern?
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you.
I also talk about like humans are still animals. Animals have some pretty rough sex. I do not think we should emulate all of that, but it makes sense to me that there's going to be some animal desires in there of roughness and things like that for some people. I use archetype type techniques. So finding a culturally appropriate representation of like a god or goddess or non-gender deity sort of thing, or archetype or superhero or comic book hero or whatever, or book character, like some kind of archetype representation of like what they really love about the aspects of this dominant or submissive kind of persona that they want to have or activities. So looking at different gods and goddesses across history can be, and non-gendered gods can be so powerful in finding representations of powerful submission, of service-oriented dominance, of all that other sort of stuff, and like can really uplift. I do that a lot with gender non-conforming and trans clients too, like finding those gender representations across history. We have to often look for decolonized representations, and we have to be very respectful around appropriation. Like I don't get to pick indigenous, like spiritual figures, because my group, benefits from stealing land and killing. So let's see, I'm way behind on messages. And oh my gosh, I really answered that question for too long because we're pretty much out of time. I know that other folks here are very expert in a lot of these topics that I talked about. Midori, I've learned so much from attending Midori's workshops and being in conversation around so many different things, but especially feminine power and dominance, like things that even are outside of like my experience range. I've gained tons of understanding from, and that's really difficult to gain understanding of things that we don't have experience with or can't access experience with in the same way. So I know that you're in really good hands with Sunny and Midori and John and everybody. So a lot of these topics will keep coming up throughout.
Thank you so much. I've been watching the comments and everybody's just blown away. This has been fantastic.
Thanks for spending 2 hours with me while I go and go and go. I really appreciate that.
Oh, I think if we took a vote right now, everybody would say they want to spend lots more time.
I want to spend more time with you too. I'm going to put my email address in here. But also you can go through my website, Exploring Intimacy. And like I said, this isn't a sales pitch at all. There's lots of stuff that's free because I am a salaried professor. I get to do that. So feel free. Thank you all. And thank you all for the love and great things that you bring to the world, and also for the love and great things that you absorb from the world.
Thank you. So Auntie Midori has decreed that we will take a 10-minute break now to refresh for the last stretch of the conference today.
All right.
There we go.
Big day, right? I'm like so loving the presentations. All right. So we have 49 minutes to go before you are released to go off and do your evil doing or good doings, or just have dinner, whatever. I want to go over admin thing real quickly for folks that this is going to end in 49 minutes, whatever time that is in your time zone for today. And Jen, can you go over the starting time for tomorrow?
I sure can. We are starting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central, and time zones are hard, y'all, but I'm going to try and translate for you. 10 a.m. Central, which is 11 a.m. Eastern, or 9 a.m. Mountain, or 8 a.m. Pacific. Yay! Also, I just want to ask Lee to go ahead and put the sign out sheet link in the chat for us so people can sign out before they leave. I know one person told me they had to go a little bit early because they have a client. So I just want to make sure it's available for people to sign out before they duck out.
Did you unlock the sheet, Jen?
I only locked the sign in, so the sign out should be unlocked.
Perfect. I'll get that shared.
Right. I think that's all of our housekeeping for today, except that you will be getting an email tonight from us because Midori asked us to share something with you tonight. So we will send one little thing out to you tonight and the rest of the stuff out tomorrow night.
The PDF that covers this morning's section with me, plus a lot more, it's not required reading. I just want to get it to you. So you have it. And since we'll be referring to it tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, a little foreshadowing here, going to be going over some various methods and strategies of negotiation. I'm going to be covering a particular style that I have found successful in my own negotiations, and other people have found it useful as well. We're going to also be taking a quick look again at the appetite grid to identify where you might be in that very moment. Then we will have the amazing John Pendle coming on, talking about kink, neurodiversity, and his work as an autistic person, coaching around kink, autism, and queerness. And I am going to, let's see, there we go. Oh, and then Sunny's going to be talking about media literacy and how you, professional, might be able to market to kinky people. Okay, and then a bunch of other things. So now this would be the end of the day. What's your burning question and discussion? So question, bring it. I think there was a previous question that Shaw Lee.
Yes.
Yes.
So I did not copy the asker of this question. So if they would like to identify themselves, that would be fantastic. But the question was about the appetite grid, and it goes. One question I had was in talking about the appetite grid and all the labels. Why are the distinctions so important?
Okay, so a couple of things. I'm going to be annoying and answer a question with a question. But first, not label. Not label. Appetite. Appetite is transitory, right? It changes. Labels get perceived as something concrete and permanent. I like labels for my spice cupboard. Label in play, people can get attached to permanence. However, and this is also why I say verb, not noun. So for people to say, I am a dominant is very different than I want to dominate you. So I have more to say about this. However, I want to turn to the wisdom of the room and hear from the room as to why the grid and the terms of appetites may be relevant to practitioners of kink as well as the helping professionals. And I have to let my cat in, or she's going to scream. Keep discussing. You're also welcome to just voice in too, raise a hand, and one of the admins will help you. People may not be a dominant, but cats are. Let's see the cat. This one doesn't like to get picked up, likes to sit next to me, so I'll try. Okay. All right, I'm going to read this out. We live in a verbal world, and language is important to guide education and collaboration and liberation. I see a hand up. Go ahead. Oh, you're muted. Almost.
Am I now?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Midori. It was really just a comment to piggyback on what the previous thing that you just read was, that we do live in a world where we need to understand how to be in, for lack of a better word, in contract with whomever we're engaging, and having helpful suggestions about how to describe appetites makes that easier. We don't have to, we can contextually take on those labels and use them when we need to. It doesn't have to be a permanent thing or a permanent identity. I really liked that about your presentation, in fact.
Another person, thank you. Another person said, regarding the grid, I think it exposes a lot of the lesser known positions, and positions literal or figurative. In the same way labels can help baby queers, I think this appetite grid can open up curiosities and possibilities for people that might resonate with it. As a therapist, it would tell me things about a person's awareness of themselves to get clear on what is desired. I think it's important in order to be able to communicate with potential partners and make plans and sexy scenes. And issues with signing in, signing out. Any squeaking that you hear that sounds like a door is Sam the cat. Also helps understand the wheel of consent. Yes, and it turns out that Betty and I, Betty's wheel of consent and my appetite grid were developed independently of one another. And then we came together for lunch and said, It totally dovetails. Absolutely. I was just tickled because I'm totally a fan of hers. Let's see. And making sure we have the same understanding of terms, levels, like the spotlight system. People may not have the same understanding of green, yellow, red. The way that the definitions of the words based on action and desire, stimuli and potential outcome, also removes a lot of stigma, as well as it makes it a little more accessible across different cultures. Interesting thing about the stoplight, and this relates about red, yellow, green. My first language is Japanese. In English, the stoplight is red, yellow, green. In Japanese, the stoplight, same colors, okay, same colors, it's called blue. Once when I was playing, I got to a point where my second language, English, faded, and I was going back to my primary language. And my partner asked me the color of the safety colors, and I kept saying blue because my brain, my Japanese brain, said blue, and then had to translate it into language that he understood, and that came out as blue. Owl, by the way, the word owl is not owl, ouch, but owl is blue, which can make for really weird cross-linguistic misunderstanding and potential comedy, right? And so the red, yellow, green, how a color is described in a language and then translated. That's a simple example of cross-cultural oopsie that could really become a big oopsie. Let's see. And love the consent chat with Betty. Oh yeah, Betty's awesome. Could I use the grid to help client discover more about themselves and each other? Each of their partner via overlapping circles? Yes. That grid can be explored quite deeply, because within each appetite square, let's say interest in dominance and sadism, but does that mean that it's equally weighted? So if I'm more interested in being the boss, and let's say 80% interested in being the boss tonight, but maybe 20%, arbitrary numbers, interested in poking you and making you squeak. Well, if my partner is not interested in sensation experience, but wants to have a boss and be a follow, okay, right? So absolutely, this tool is meant for you to use for self as well as clients, etc. I love the idea of consent as something that arises in correlation between the two participants in the scene, not something that's offered and taken. The grid can validate that our needs can change day to day or scene to scene. It gives agency to our specific need and desires specific times. It also makes it kind of gamified. It looks like tic-tac-toe intentionally. So it also gives equal weighting to, say, vanilla. Now add to that another layer, think three-dimensional, of fetish, and another layer around sex and how we define that. Okay. Let's see. I think people use dominant and sadist interchangeably and masochist and submissive interchangeably, and the grid debunks that misconception. Yes, because the grid developed because when I was but a little baby kinkling, I kept getting told that, well, you're a bottom, so you must be submissive and masochistic. And I kept trying to be good bottom, good submissive, when I really just want to say, poke me here, poke me this much, poke me the way I want. And whenever I said that, people were like, no, you're being bad bottom, bad submissive. And of course, the nerd engaged and said, there is something wrong with this. So, yeah, And then there's that whole story of the tragic enema fail that I think I tell a story in body storytelling, which I highly encourage. Body storytelling. There are videos and podcasts. It's kind of like the moth of sex, where you get to listen to real life stories about sex, relationship, and gender, which will be quite instructive as to the internal experience. So, and not to mention they're really good. And these are not professional storytellers, just regular folks. Could I share the grid again? Okay, sure. Let's see. Give me just a sec on that. Sign-in sheet. Well, you mentioned which spot on the grid are considered unicorns again. Raccoonicorns, my friend, raccoonicorns, because there are just a whole bunch of them, but people think they're unicorns. But there are more people who hang out in the egalitarian, sadistic, and masochistic appetites and jump in and out. The completionist in me wants to be able to access all the points in the grid, but there are some places where I don't go to or have appetites for, or yet could change. Let me pull that up. And where did I stick that? Okay, nope, that's a different one. Little fun thing to think about is, okay, we're gamifying this again. Imagine that, hold on here, slideshow, presenter view, and imagine that you are at a play party, or maybe if it's not you, a client is at a play party and happen to be negotiating a scene with 8 other appetite people. You pick your appetite grid and the other 8 happen to be in the other 8 appetite. Now design a scene where everybody is potentially going to be happy. Let's see, I knew I missed a part of that, so we can vary depending on mood and scene, like your example with the varying spicy food. What do you think leads to certain appetites? That is a whole graduate program. So I won't be able to address that, but let's see, hold on, let me bring up the, let me share. Okay, that should work now. Can you see the grid? Yes, no, maybe. Thank you. Great. Okay. Good. There's a grid. And this is a beginning of a conversation, y'all. Okay. So the grid is a tool, not a rule. It's a tool, not a rule. It's a way by which to engage conversation. I would encourage thinking of different ways that this might be used for yourself as well as clients. And hold on, I'm having to like move the little menu boxes so I can read what y'all are saying. Okay, so, or pick random appetites and see if you can design for 3 hypothetical people and design a scene. Okay, I'll give you one here. Imagine somebody who is feeling dominance sadism, another who is feeling submission masochism, and a person who is feeling vanilla. And vanilla, remember, vanilla is not boring, but vanilla and hot for sex. Design a scene. Think about that. Okay. And oh yeah, and the PDF, which contains a lot more information, is being sent to you. There was a couple other things that I also want to mention on this is, and I mentioned it in Ruthie's in the little chat section, there's an assumption, we'll go over this tomorrow, assumption that the person leading the negotiation is automatically the person who is topping, dominating, or being a sadist, engaging in sadism. Why? Why? Why is one's ability to create a scene or throw a flogger necessarily mean that that person is better skilled at communication? It's a common practice, it's not best practice. Why not both parties have an equal communication? And one person can certainly lead the conversation, but that can be independent whether they want to top or bottom. Further, on the appetite versus identity, okay? Transient desire versus label. If I identify myself as, okay, so if I identify myself in, I'm right now, let's say I'm feeling dominant, sensation, neutral, right? And I identify I'm a dominant, and I create a scene, and I am hella hungry to top you. And after the scene, whew, I'm kind of not feeling dominant. I want to sit on the couch and have ice cream in my onesie. And I might feel like a dominant fail. On the other hand, if we look at this as an appetite, well, I'm hungry to dominate you, and we designed a scene, and after a successful scene, because my belly, my desire belly is full, my appetite is lowered, or maybe none. And I want to sit on the couch and onesie and eat ice cream. I am now not a failure of identity, but successful in achieving my appetite. Does that make sense? Now, Sue, all about fluidity. Yep. Okay. Maybe somebody already said it. A new kinkling may identify as a vanilla until they dabble in other appetites. Yeah, and appetites come and go. It doesn't make a person bad. And I'll see a lot of times when somebody's appetite or interest shifts and they consider themselves somehow a failure because they were known as a great submissive. Well, what's wrong with you? You're now into vanilla. Oh my God. Okay. Can you talk about how appetite flow could work within negotiated DS relationship? Okay. So a power dynamic, a consented, hierarchical, opted-in relationship is actually independent of BDSM play. One can have a relationship structure that is hierarchical as a team. They are in a unit together. Now, difference between a DS scene and a DS relationship. I've actually got a whole class called So You Want DS, Now What? Distinguish between DS scenes and DS relationships. While they both happen to use the letter DNS, words, dominance, and submission, they are two totally different things. One is creating a temporary shift in order to create a desired change of state. So not, by definition, not sustainable over time. Objective is about creating a change of state, whereas in a relationship, let's say thing one, thing two, okay, the choir model, thanks to one of my students, the objective is to reduce variables to make communication and decision-making easier and validate and strengthen a unique form of bond. And a unique form of bond that may not be, likely not celebrated in the outside world. Okay. So the thing one, thing two pair might only have vanilla sex and feel pressured to engage in the sensation and role playing because there might be a pressure, common pressure, that if you have a thing one, thing two relationship, of course you're going to want to do all the wacky pokey bindy things. Wacky pokey bindy thing, relationship structure, different. Is there overlap? Yes. Is it possible that a thing one, thing two relationship, the thing one also whacks thing two for mutual fun? And engage in, okay, so we have thing one, thing two, and in a scene, more power, less, okay, more power, more responsibility, different responsibility, lesser power, and wacky wacky. And after the scene, returning to their relationship with hierarchy. You can have egalitarian relationship and then scene and egalitarian. Is it possible to have thing one, thing two, this one being the boss of the relationship, and in a play scene, go like this, and then return? Yes, that is also entirely possible, and it totally fucks with everyone else, and one can be subject to judgment. That's not how it's truly done. You're not a true. Right. So I think switch is the chart. It moves around for switches. So I'm not actually saying switches because that's a noun. Switching, not a switch. Also, my annoying adherence to the verb not noun thing is shifting our language. I know it can be clumsy to say engaging in dominance versus I am a dominant, but it's a little shift that maybe the other person is not familiar with. Let's say I'm the person playing and my partner is not familiar with the grid or the appetite language. And I say, well, I want to submit to you tonight. I desire, hunger, lust, want, need to submit to you tonight. Versus I am a submissive, dominate me. What's the cognitive assumptions? What's the difference between these two? You're also welcome to voice in. Of course, that's hard to manage with hundreds of people. One is an invitation. The other is a requirement for admission. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Somebody might jump in the appetite boxes, but feel uncomfortable with the label switch because there's a lot of assumptions in that. One describes a moment in time, the other describes fixed identity. Yep. So just that subtle shift of when I engage in dominance versus I'm a dominant. When I was submitting, well, as a submissive, does that make sense? And did I miss that somewhere? Oh, let's see. All right. On this grid, there's so many ways to use it. Oh, I see a hand up. Yay.
Yeah, hi. I raised my hand just to refer back to a question that Esme asked that I was interested in hearing the answer to. I think it's in the chat. It says, what if someone has only ever had an appetite for one thing? Would you recommend they try new things, or can they just stick to the thing they're hungry for?
Okay, I always make food analogies. If somebody's vegetarian, you're going to tell them to try meat. Right?
Good point.
But it doesn't hurt to say, oh, okay, this is your appetite, fantastic. I'd love to hear what Dr. Ruthie would say about this. Great, let me show you this grid because other people might be in other appetites and journeys change. So that may give freedom in the future for them to choose whatever. And to liberate from a fixed identity. Does that answer it?
Oh yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mostly just want to take a lot of pressure off of people, and also recognizing that there's a lot of assumptions within the in-group as well. Part of the exercise this morning was also to reflect a bit on our own position and our own assumptions as well. Since in this room of 100 and some people, we have very different experiences and perspective. Other burning questions, thoughts, comments, or ideas that you want to share with the room? I'm just excited that I got a tic-tac-toe. Oh, did anyone come up with a hypothetical scene for the three people, the menage a trois with the vanilla dominant sadism and submission masochism? Oh. Other things I would like to address. Oh, there is time. Good. I would like to introduce to you the microcycle of consent. The microcycle of consent. And let me get to that. Okay. Oh, I'm going to go back to this for a moment. There are assumptions and common practice within the kink subculture that is not always helpful. And commonly held assumptions within the kink subculture that is not necessarily helpful to people. I would love examples that you might have come across. Somebody said, I'm thinking, wouldn't the definition of kink as a change of state include a lot of things that we don't consider kinks? Yeah, because what's considered kink is specific to a time and place. Let's see. And Sunny writes, I have a sub who plans scenes often. As a dominant, I can appreciate that, saves my work. They are still submissive in our dynamic. Somebody can still submit and plan a scene. Kink is absolutely customizable. Okay. Oh, bad submission, topping from the bottom, right? Topping from the bottom. There's a difference between topping from the bottom and back leading. Back leading versus topping from the bottom. If we consider the grid or the appetite grid, okay, in the appetite grid, we can have, let me go back to that. We can have a person who is in the appetite of here, dominance and masochism. And what if their partner happens to be, yay, in a mood of submission sadism? What does that look like? Well, hey, honey, I know you've been like hankering to bottom, and I want to make this happen however you want it, and tell me how. Or, hello, I am your sadist for today, and tell me what would be on your order. And as in dominance masochism, it's like, okay, I want to be whacked this way, fucked this way. Okay, done. Now turn me over. Great. All right. No, little to the left, honey. If we agree to that in advance, that's called backleading. When does backleading happen? When you go take a dance lesson, you want to learn how to lead, and the dance teacher puts you in the lead position. Dance teacher puts you in the lead position, and the dance teacher is actually kind of pushing you around the dance floor so you can learn how to lead. So let's say that months later, you take that dance teacher on a date, not a class, a date to go dancing, and you're going to lead. And that date now starts pushing you around the dance floor in a follow position. That's topping from the bottom. What's the difference? The agreement. Bingo. The agreement. In back leading, the agreement is, I'm going to be in charge and you're going to do the thing. In topping from the bottom is violation of expectation and agreement. So sometimes you'll get people who are playing in this, the egalitarian sadism and masochism, or the raccoonicorn pair, raccoonicorn appetites, and they get told that they're doing it wrong. And they'll end up like internalizing some in-group judgment. It's bad enough that there's like societal judgment, then there's like the in-group judgment that you're not doing it right. Can't win for trying. And no one to say, oh no, that's fine, that's a raccoonicorn, you go. So that, raccoonicorn. Yep. Appetites shift. So let's consider top and bottom, right? Oh, you want a top, I want a bottom. This should be great. You want to top with a cane, and I want to get caned. Ooh, it so happens I have a cane. Quiz. A person in this grid appetite that happens to fall into dominant sensation neutral, would this individual swing a cane to a thwack? Yes, no, maybe. Wouldn't be their appetite to do so. Does anybody have resources? Vanilla couple from strong religious background, DS dynamic, videos, ideas. Okay, so to repeat the question, if I happen to be in dominant sensation neutral appetite, and maybe my partner happens to be an egalitarian masochistic appetite, that could be kind of a difficult, right? Yeah, but let's go back to just my appetite. Dominant sensation neutral. Would I swing this cane to a contact thwack? No. You sure? I see another no. You sure? Why would, or let me rephrase that. Why would me tonight, I'm feeling dominant and sensation neutral, swing this for a thwack? Well, good. Depends on the person's neutral. But let me say this. The physical thwack is a physicalization of my authority. Or more simply put, because I can. So I might not be experiencing a yum, gush, swing, thump, or ah through the thwackage itself, but the thwackage physicalizes my temporary authority. Yeah, you got it. Somebody else got it too. Okay, good. So there's a lot of stuff that can go in this. So the person who's thwacking me, thwacking sensation neutral, is it possible that somebody will see that and feeling in their egalitarian masochistic mode, approach me to top them? Could happen, but it's actually not an appetite match. Or what if dominant sensation neutral and somebody who's masochistic and feeling wanting to be the lead, that could also be awkward. But what happens if I'm feeling dominance masochistic and you're feeling dominance sadistic? Could that be a scene? I see, no, absolutely, sure. Okay, the answer is yes. But how? Give me an example of a scene type. Power struggle. Yeah, primal. Or how about an interrogation scene? I mean, come on, an interrogation scene where I go slap, slap, tell me where you hid the drugs. Okay, so we're doing like a Sons of Anarchy role play. Okay, thwack, thwack, tell me where the drugs are. Okay, I'll tell you, sure. What do you want to know? Whatever, sir. Doesn't make for much of a good interrogation scene. Whereas if I go thwack, thwack, tell me where the drugs are hidden, I would not tell you regardless of how much you twist my nipples. Tell me where the drugs are. No, no, I'm not telling you. Tell me where the drugs are. I might tell you. Okay, I'll tell you. Okay. So, let's see. Am I thinking of brat role as a dominant appetite? You'd have to ask the person feeling bratty. Because it may be, I'm feeling bratty and I want to be brought into bottoming. Or I'm feeling bratty in equal power and I just want to poke you back and be annoying because annoying is a form of sadism and masochism. Or it might be that my bratting is a way to take control. Oh my God, there are so many different types of bratting. Oh shit. Let's see. If I missed any questions, I'm not sure. I'm gonna stop the share so I can look at this more easily. And yeah. What other questions or discussion do we have from today? Oh, I was going to talk about the microcycle of consent. Duh, I distracted myself. So many things to say. Oh my God. Okay. Microcycle of consent. Let me go here. What does the dance floor have to do with BDSM? We went over the dance floor analogy. Now, take a look at this. Microcycle of consent. Transmit, comprehend. Oh, I need to remake that graph. Transmit, comprehend, decide, act. Transmit, comprehend, decide, act. So you and I have made an agreement and we walk to the dance floor, we get on the dance floor, we strike a pose and transmit. You put your hand on my hip and push, transmitting information to go that way. You didn't text me. You didn't write me a letter. You didn't write a code. You have now transmitted in a mode that is appropriate to what the game we are engaging in. You have transmitted. Now I have to comprehend it. I might think, oh, you're touching my butt. You like my butt. That's great. Have I succeeded in comprehension? No. Okay, so I feel the pressure on my hip and I go, yeah, I know you want me to move that way. I ain't moving. Did I comprehend? Yes. Did I decide? Most certainly, yes. Did I act? Yes, I didn't move. However, would that make for a good West Coast swing or a Viennese waltz? No. In a West Coast swing, say, or Viennese waltz, hand on the hip, transmit. I understand you want me to move that way. Comprehend, decide, and move. And then transmit. Now, am I, as the follow, also transmitting? Yeah, you bet. Okay. Now remember that bit of like, I ain't moving, make me. What kind of ballroom dance, what kind of dance that might that work with? Because there's actually a dance that would work in. Theatrical tango. Ever seen tango on stage by pros? And there's that moment where the follow goes, not moving, not moving. That drama of little resistance. Will they or won't they? Next time you're watching Dancing with the Stars, think transmit, comprehend, decide, act. Let's say in one song, how many microcycles of consent are there? Well, let me go back to the chat. Yeah, somebody, yeah, tango. Yep. A zillion. That is the correct mathematical precise number. Maybe a zillion and one. Yeah, microcycle of consent. Could it be said perhaps that a scene is a continual microcycle of consent in order to achieve a change of state? Then consent is the point, isn't it? And it's this microcycle of consent. Okay. Infinite. All right. So yeah, both sides. Plus factoring in the complication of heightened sensation, body state, mind, etc. Okay. You'll help me out if I miss a question. Okay, so microcycle of consent. Last chance for burning question of the day. I have a question for you. Has the content of today, or will the content of today, does it or will it serve your work in some way? And, okay, tell me one thing that you are going to not forget from today, from all of it. And of course, you're not going to adjust that, but right now, what's the one thing that you're not going to forget from today? Pain versus intense sensation. Wow, this is going fast. This is awesome. Concrete language, verb versus noun, terminology. It really gave me different language, help communicate clients. Appetite, not identity. Appetite grid, not label. State shift, the appetite grid. Verb, not noun. Dancing. And boundary setting, conversations that aren't about making it work. It's about seeing if it will work. Not forget about the consent wheel, state shift. One thing that you're going to remember, absolutely yes, but I need to sit with it and figure out. A lot of stuff will come up on this one. Look, I've been, honestly, like the grid is something that I stumbled into in like the late 90s, mostly because I was cranky with the kink subculture. Everything grinds to an attentive state. Engaged consent doesn't start at the ask. Ruthie's tactics for identifying abuse within kink. Good. And Vindaloo. Microcycle, consent, some practical tips about working with clients who are into kink and navigating trauma. The trauma presentation was fantastic. And language dom sub. Okay. Reference for your clients, my class on So You Want DS Now What lives in my Patreon. It's $5, you know. So let's see. Kink as play therapy. Good. And well, it wasn't, let's see, distinction. Okay, all my best content is in response to being cranky about the kink subculture. Thank you, right? I also want to point out Sunny's catchphrase of kink is customizable. And you'll be hearing more from Sunny tomorrow. I'm going to turn it over to the admin. Thank you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Go take care of yourselves. And admin, it's all yours.
I don't really have much else to say, except I'm about to hit the button to send out the handout on the appetite grid with the expanded information on it. Am I forgetting anything? Lee, Heather?
I
don't
am
think so.
putting the sign out sheet in the chat one more time for any who haven't done that yet. So if you haven't, please do.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat place. Have a great night.